when we left off, everybody had done a few things. Let me just. I don't know why I'm not on this page to start with. So, Carlos was investigating the bodies along with Vinshenzo and Vazarai. Peleus was successfully cast Detect Magic. And Nephis was checking after the traces of the Solhagen that you guys had found. I'm just going to reread all the results of those, and then we'll skip forward. But Carlos, you recognized the unidentified bodies as sea elves from legends. Vinshenzo, you also have seen that they have elvish qualities. Vazarai, they look fucking crazy.
They're alien to me.
Yes, but specifically Peleus, you focused your mind with your detect magic, and you found fragments of transmutation magic glimmering from within the hull, and you found scroll of magic weapon and scroll of
unknown, because I can't read it. It's not on my spell list.
Oh. Ooh.
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
It's not a wizard. Yeah. If it's not on your class list, it's unintelligible to you.
I thought anybody could just read a magic scroll.
You should be able to.
I've never received a magic scroll as a player, nor have I ever really given them out as a DM, because I just never did.
When I read up about it quickly, it said that you can only cast the spell on it if it's of your spellcasting class.
Well, here, let me look at it like this.
No.
Couldn't you just learn the spell from the scroll and just add it to your spellbook?
Only if...
Okay, no. So I can learn wizard spells. Speak with plants is not a wizard spell.
Yeah, but you can use the spell scroll to cast Speak with Plants. After you identify the spell scroll, you can do that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought.
And wizards can cast Identify.
Yes, they can. I'm very good at it, might I add.
I mean, when I look it up, it just says the spell scroll bears the words of a single spell written in mystical cipher. If the spell is on your class's spell list, you can read the scroll and cast its spell. Otherwise, it's unintelligible.
Yeah, if you cast Identify on it, then you can use the spell scroll. Until then, you can't cast it.
I wonder if you picked up the Identify spell.
No, I did not.
God fucking damn it. Okay, that's fine. I understand.
So once someone tells you what it is, you can use it. Hell yeah.
So if you don't know, if you have no magical capabilities, you basically just can't use scrolls unless someone identifies it.
I'd have to look at it. I've not been given scrolls much aside from
right now.
the one time, and that was.
If someone gives you a scroll and says, if you get given a scroll that you know what it is, you can use it. But if it's just a random scroll in a dungeon, you have to identify it
before you can use. I want to say the last time that I used a scroll was with Treasure, and that's because she actually was able to figure out what it was, so she was able to cast it. If that's correct, Finn.
I don't remember when that was, but that was before I knew what spell scrolls did. Now I do.
Oh, no problem. That's fair. We're all learning this together. Carlos, do you have any, I don't mean to, put things in the background, but Carlos, were you able to read what I had replied to you?
Sorry, say that again, I was dying.
No, I mean, that happens to the best of us. I was asking if you had seen what I had replied to you. I was just trying to keep things moving a little bit while he's trying to figure something out.
Just didn't have time to reply to it, so...
You're fine.
Not all scrolls are spell scrolls. as I'm reading, so that it's sort of a double entendre. So the general rule for scrolls: any creature that can understand a written language can read the arcane script on a scroll and attempt to activate it, is overridden by the specific rule for the spell scrolls. So for instance, the example used here is there is a scroll of protection. It is not a spell scroll because it's not like specifically, scroll of firewall. So I guess anybody can use those types of more general things, but if it's like a scroll of fireball, then it adheres to the rule of the rule where it says if the spell is on your class's list, you can use an action to read it. Otherwise, the scroll is illegible. That one. So that's where I recognize, or that's what I found in my little readings here. So basically, as long as the scroll that you're reading that is not a spell scroll is in the written language that you can understand, you can use it. But if it's a spell scroll, such as Speak with Plants, as long as you have that on your list, I guess you have to follow that rule. So, spell scroll versus non-spell scroll. Now that I know that that's a difference, which is a fun new thing for me too, I will pay attention to which scrolls are given that aren't spell scrolls, and I will identify those so that we are all aware together. For this specific
we
situation,
have someone who is capable of identifying them.
Okay.
So you it's not like it's impossible for us to use those. It's just going to take a while.
You're right. So for the sake of knowing which ones you have to go through a lengthy process to identify or not, we'll at least know which ones require that. So, yeah, Nephis went around. I'm gonna get to this one just because he's not here and he can at least report on the information from his 22 survival. So he did that Aragorn thing where he runs around looking at tracks and is able to perfectly depict exactly what the fuck happened here. And he found out that this had used to be like a place where the Sahuagin would camp out and look out over the sea for unsuspecting prey. And then a bunch of sea elves showed up while they were out raiding. And when the Sahuagin came back, there was a big ass fight, and they killed all of the sea elves. They massacred them. And something else bigger drove them off.
Bigger.
Yes, and
Always a bigger
he
fish.
indicates that he found the lower half of a Sahuagin down by the sea and a bunch of like Sahuagin ichor, which he believes came from like a beast or something that was like preying on them. A sea beast.
Oh,
And I'm actually gonna see if he would do this. I'm gonna see roll nature to identify the beast. He only has +1. Good luck, Nephis.
I'ma just borrow this.
He knows what the sea beast is. It tells you it is a megalodon.
Vazray has absolutely no freaking clue what that is.
Tells you it's a big shark.
No idea what that is either.
I don't know what that is either. Either way, it sounds like some sort of piranha, I guess.
He grunts and makes his way to help. He's gonna just help load stuff into the ship after you guys done clearing the area. He's done his job. Yeah. Carlos,
A shark is. Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
A shark is basically a big fish with sharp teeth, and from what he's saying, a megalodon is an even bigger shark. Sharks can be the size of a man or bigger, so they are quite deadly if they think you're food.
Nephis from nearby says, "Yes."
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, she looks at Vin and then looks at Nephis for a second, trying to gauge, just against the smaller, or not the smaller, Jesus, the larger companions. Just if it's kind of more man-sized, if not a little bit bigger, she can kind of get an idea as to how big these things might be.
I would like to do something.
Okay, what would you like to do?
So this ship is like thrown up on a bunch of rocks, right?
It looks like it was just sort of dropped on the rocks, as if a child would drop a toy.
Is there any like sea below it?
No, it's entirely up on the rocky bluff. I mean, there's like the very edge of it is sticking over the edge of the rocks, and the big ass pole on the bow is out over the sea.
How close is the sea and how deep is the sea around it?
The sea around it is quite deep. You don't have a way to gauge by eye how deep it is, but you can't see the bottom.
But yes, I can. I would like to polymorph into a giant shark and scout the bottom of the sea next to the ship for anything of note.
For anything of note, all right.
Real fast. We have a really bad storm in our area, so if I suddenly disappear, that's what happened.
Thanks for the heads up. Perfect. Okay, roll me perception, Vinshenzo Shark.
Okay.
Vinsharko.
Hold on, let me look up the stats. Vinshenzo would dive out of the crow's nest and polymorph as he's hitting the water.
Does anybody have any reaction to just a giant shark appearing in there and plummeting to the sea?
That's a shark. I am busy with a scroll. I did not see it.
Yeah, she was like looking at Nephis and Vin for a moment, just trying to like gauge how big a shark could be, and then freaking Vin like runs or like walks towards the freaking ocean, turns into a giant ass shark, and she just reels back in shock for a moment, just looking at this massive creature that just popped out. It's just kind of like,
okay, I rolled a 15. The shark's passive is 13, if that matters.
I'll keep that in mind, the 15. All right, so you get a 15. So as you circle your way down towards the bottom of the sea, you see the sea. On the it basically is a big ass pillar of rock that is descending farther and farther into the depths of the ocean until eventually it comes into contact with the ocean floor itself. And you see 3 more chests that are covered in like barnacles and ocean growth scattered about the ocean floor, as well as I'd say like a dozen skeletons that have been picked clean.
Oh.
And also are showing signs of oceanic growth.
Are the skeletons wearing anything?
No, they've been picked clean. You just see perfect bones.
Am I able, as a giant shark, which I believe is a large... Oh no, it's a huge beast.
A huge beast.
Am I able to pick up the chests with my mouth?
You are a huge beast. Yes. You can pick up the chests with your...
Oh, I also have blind sight 60 feet. Holy shit. Okay. That's awesome. I will pick up...
Calling down the shark stratagem.
I will pick up... Wait, so I can pick up one chest, right?
At a time, yeah.
Okay, I'll pick up one chest and bring it to the surface.
Okay.
This is cool.
I'll say the round trip takes you half an hour. I know you have an hour on your polymorph.
Yes.
So you bring a chest up. How do you deposit this chest safely on the not sea, given the fact that you are currently constrained.
Is there any part of the part where the ship ran aground, or is that like meets the sea as like a shore, or is it just all jagged?
It's not jagged, but the ship itself is up quite high. You guys had to climb up the rocky bluff to get to it. It wasn't a difficult climb.
Is there any way like I could
nonetheless.
deposit the chest onto the ground from the sea and like?
Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Like, is there like any shore area, or is it all just like a jagged up, straight up?
You'd have to have like a little jump at it to be able to like get the chest onto the land without getting yourself onto the land, which isn't as devastating as if you were a real shark. So I'm gonna get you to roll acrobatics to attempt to deposit this chest
Hell
without beaching
yeah.
yourself.
Okay, let me see. Acrobatics is a dex thing, so the shark would. Oh, shark is +0, so it's just straight up. Good luck. 19, hell yeah.
19. All right. So, given the fact that you are a big, powerful shark, you easily are able to muster up the strength to propel yourself out of the water with enough force that you have enough airtime to angle yourself and do the old like salmon flop and just whisk the chest onto the shore before crashing down into the waves, barely making a splash because of how well you acrobatically
Hell yeah.
flipped yourself. The chest itself, sort of at a shallow angle, gets slid into the soft sand and does not break apart, but is now sort of on the beach safely. And you were able to, you dive back down into the water, but you were able to see that you safely deposited the chest before you crashed beneath the waves.
Hell yeah. I'll do that again if I can with another chest.
Yeah, heads or tails?
I'll do heads.
Because there's 2 chests. Okay. Alright, so you're able to retrieve a second chest, and are you gonna beat yourself, or are you gonna just do the same thing as last time?
I'm gonna do the same thing as last time, but I'm gonna dispel polymorph and gracefully somersault out of the form.
Ooh, that's gonna be another acrobatics then for sure.
Hell yeah, let's freaking go. Wait, as Vin or the shark?
Well, I would assume that you're depositing the chest in the form of shark,
Okay,
right?
I rolled an 18.
Okay, we're just gonna do acrobatics for the one entire movement because I feel like Vinshenzo would still be able to line himself up to accommodate the shapeshift. So you said it was an 18?
It was an 18.
Same effect as before, except this time instead of going like laterally across the shoreline, you like do the same powerful dive up out of the water, throw the chest into the sand close to where the first chest was, and then you somersault and land on your 2 feet in your true form of Vinshenzo Cairona.
Hell yeah.
You hear like a small clapping from the deck of the Wide Horizons. Ragus is there, like, woo!
Hell yeah.
Meanwhile, Vazray is just kind of a little scared right now. We're scared of him.
I put my hands on my hips and examine the chests from the outside, looking for any signifying marks.
All right, I'm gonna get you to investigation me.
Can I also check for traps with this move?
Yep, we'll
Okay.
Can I assist him to give it advantage?
You're up at the ship as far as I know. Did you walk back down to see what he was up to?
I was with Carlos investigating the bodies. Is that
The bodies were at the ship.
Okay, well in that case I'm not involved then. Okay.
It's up to you. Like if you think you would have wandered down to see what the giant artful shark was flipping around, it's up to you.
No.
Last time I heard.
No, I'm quite all right. I'm fine. I'm much
Oh
okay.
no.
Oh no. Oh
You
no!
need to change your name.
Please, fucking disconnect.
Now,
Where did the turtle come
I
from?
get
Total
here.
druid. Hell yeah.
This doesn't look like the swamp.
Badass. This isn't my realm. What the hell am I? Sylvana's telling me what's happened.
Hell yeah.
Quite a bit warmer than I remember.
Oh, there's two kobolds here.
Oh,
There's mighty too many of
queer
them
ship.
now.
Rin, you look different. And who's this friend of yours?
Do I
Hell
find
yeah.
anything with a 15?
yes. Just give me a second. You don't identify any traps. You do find amidst all of the. Be a second. I put it in Vagabonds. The crates have this logo on them,
Ooh.
barely identifiable through all of the muck that is sort of grown on top of the wood.
Can I
It's a tree.
attempt to identify the symbol?
Yep, you can attempt to identify the symbol. I'll give you you can do that when you log back in. I'm just gonna quickly jump to the other three brave musketeers
What role is that? I'm already in.
history.
Yeah. Oh boy.
FYI, other players, if you saw the image that I posted in Vagabonds, it is repeated on the chests and crates that are in the cargo hold of the ship.
Exciting.
Damn, I am rolling solidly today, bro.
If Vazray had a chance to see them, she'd probably see the tree, but she'd also question if they're a wave too.
Okay.
Is the marking on the spell scroll?
The marking is not on the scrolls, just on the chests and crates.
Okay.
Vin, what's your total?
23.
23. All right. You don't know what this image is.
Wow.
Damn.
No, I don't think Vazray would know.
Play your character. If you think Vazray would try and identify it, she can.
She'd try and identify it, but I don't think she'd understand what the hell it is.
I beckon Carlos if he isn't already here.
Oh, where are you right now? At the beach?
I'm on the beach with the two chests.
And you're in the ship's cargo hold.
Would this be a history check?
I call for Carlos.
History.
Carlos pops his head up. Oh, Vin, are you done? Looks like you found something down there.
Yes.
Carlos would head down to the chests.
You're the eager sort when it comes to these type of things. Why don't you open them?
Are they locked?
I don't know.
On plain sight, they don't appear to be locked.
Okay. Carlos would try to kick the lid open on the first one.
Okay. Just roll me a melee attack for the kicking open.
He's destroying the loot.
Plus, right?
What should I add to that?
It would be strength if it's unarmed.
I thought you would
It's
have
just
more
your
of a
strength.
delicate touch, Mr. Carlos.
I guess that's a 5 if it's just strength.
Do be careful. The contents could be fragile.
Could be. So you're just putting your boot on it to see if it
Let's see if it opens.
opens, or are you actually full on curb stomping the lid?
I'm not curb stomping. I'm just I put my foot against the bottom of the lid and just kind of try to push it up.
Oh, okay. I the way you described it at first, I
Yeah.
thought you were actually just kicking it open.
Yeah,
Do
just
be
fucking
careful. The contents could be
drop kicking it.
fragile.
Okay, well, if you're just kind of trying to nudge it open with your foot,
Mr.
it does not
Carlos.
budge.
It does not
It
budge?
does not budge. It does not open by itself.
All right, I'd like to, I guess, investigate the mechanism keeping it closed.
Okay, roll your investigation. Peleus, you witness Vinshenzo and Carlos overlooking two very dilapidated sunken chests.
16.
16. All right. You see that the actual hinges of these this specific crate are so rusted that they've fused together.
There's the problem. It must have been down there a while. The hinges are all rusted.
Yes.
Let's see. Do I have a crowbar?
How bizarre.
I do have a crowbar. I'd like to use my crowbar and attempt to pry the lid open.
Oh,
Okay.
do be careful, Mr. Carlos.
For the sake of not delaying this more than it needs to, with a crowbar, you are able to fuss it open, and you crack. You hear a crack as the hinges essentially disintegrate. And you see inside, you find a chest that has a number of coins in them,
Oh,
of which you would have to count, but by eye it looks like a few hundred coins.
Ah,
Gold
excellent.
coins.
More
They're
coin
all,
from the coffers.
They're all overgrown, and there's a few there's barnacles and stuff on them right now, but aside from that, you can clearly identify that
so
these
were
are
the
gold coins.
were the bodies in the ship like rotting?
The
or what-
bodies in the ship were in a state of advanced decay,
Oh, okay.
but they weren't decayed to the point where you couldn't identify them. There's a little bit of natural embalming going on, given the fact that they're in the middle of the ocean, half preserved by the salt air.
But
that makes sense.
the decay makes sense with how old these chests seem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing looks newer or older than it should. That
Then
makes sense.
Vin would have not even laid eyes upon the bodies if he could help it. Then I retract that.
Well, they were. When I say they're in advanced state of decay, they've also, as I said, been essentially
Slightly
partially
mummified?
embalmed. Yeah, slightly mummified. So they're not stinky. They're not gory. They're not anything like that. I don't want to if you still
Kinda dried up.
dead bodies that look like shit. Please, by all means, do not look at them at all. But to you,
Okay. Was there anything else in that chest other than the?
that chest
Coin.
just had a few hundred gold coins.
Hell yeah! All right.
I'll
So
give you the total when we.
sure. So I'd like to do the same thing with the other chest.
All right, you crowbar that sucker open. Oh, it's locked. That's.
Oh, it's locked.
Oh, it's locked. Not the chest that you're doing. The notepad. 17,500. You found an extra 500 gold.
Hell yeah!
Ooh,
Yeah.
Big ups.
damn, bro.
You don't find that out until later, of course, when you bother counting them for hours.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Of course, but for now, looks like a lot of gold. Anyway, so you open up this box crate, and you notice that it is full of the strange-looking net material, and inside the net material is just effectively what looks like mush, and it fucking reeks when you take it
Oh.
out.
What the hell? What in the gods is this?
Vin turns his nose up.
It smells a lot like compost.
Can I identify what it actually is?
Sure.
Okay.
Reminds
my
me of the
investigation.
Underdark.
Yeah.
Smell is just awful. It should be burned.
Another 16.
Another 16. It's rotten food.
Unfortunately, this is just rotten food. Let's just toss it back into the ocean.
Vin winces. To think that was in my mouth.
So Carlos would like to put the lid back on and just kind of shove it off the beach.
Hell yeah.
Get out of here. I don't want you.
Vazray would be willing to assist you in getting this shit out of here. It's awful.
Yes, get rid of that
there
at once.
Off you go. Let the sea reclaim you.
Who knows? Maybe the Megalodon, whatever it is, might actually like it.
Anything that likes that, I don't want to meet.
I don't want to meet it either.
Well, then, at least one of these chests was worth it. So, good job.
Vin puts a single finger on his chin and says, "There was one more down there as well."
Well, do you think it's worth checking out? I mean, I'm sure it'll still take a bit to get everything else out of the cargo hold. So I'd say we probably have time. How about how much is remaining in the cargo hold right now? Like percentage-wise.
You guys have spent minutes examining this. You have not loaded anything yet.
What? He was down there for an hour.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, you guys. He was down there for an hour. I forgot about that. You've loaded about a third. Say about a third of all that. It's quite heavy stuff, and you all have to work together to basically lug it all the way down the cliff to the wide horizons, up to the actual deck itself, and then store it. Ragus is helping with the smaller stuff. He's like taking all the smaller items from you guys. So you don't have to walk as far.
Strong, but I can try to help.
Vazrai, Ragus, and Carlos are like three-man carrying things, while Nephis is probably just like putting one on his shoulder.
Damn chest is huge.
He is absolutely not helping at all with his non-existent strength.
My strength is non-existent too. What are you talking about?
You do.
He's sitting on top of a box reading the scrolls, and you guys just pick up the box and carry him to the boat with the box.
You know, layabouts don't get their share.
All right,
Yeah.
then
I jump off the chest and start helping.
But yeah, I tell Vin that he probably has enough time to go.
Vin turns
back
to
down.
Carlos and says, "How much would you pay me for to go fetch that?"
Oh,
Pay you?
Yes.
Vin, nothing. Don't be a fool.
Come on, Carlos, I'm your friend.
Yes, and since when did friends pay each other for favors?
oh.
I'd take a gold piece for it.
I throw a gold piece just to get him to go.
Well,
Do the thing
there's
again.
your pay, Mr. Cairona.
I take the gold coin and jump into the water.
Hell yeah.
You know he's just gonna throw it into the water anyway.
I don't.
Oh yeah,
like
the gold
fact-
piece. That's right.
I don't like the fact he can turn into a shark. Freaking Vin could eat me. Oh god.
I don't think he would want to eat you.
I'd be happy if he didn't. He can just keep that shark form down there away from me, please. The teeth look very sharp.
Really, you don't fancy a swim?
No,
I'm sure he'd let you hold on to his fin, you know? Show you around the water.
I wasn't much one for swimming, I must say. And even if I was to swim, I can assure you that the waters, I would say, were perhaps much safer than these ones. There's so much water.
Quite.
Give me a second. Okay, so it takes you half an hour down and back. Oh, you're gonna beat yourself with the chest in your mouth before reverting form? That's awesome. Okay, so
Yeah.
about 30 minutes into you guys continuing to load the rest of the goods into the ship. Big ass fucking shark just launches itself onto the beach with a chest in its mouth. before reverting to the form of Vinshenzo, just lying onto the beach.
How close?
I don't know. How far are you launching yourself onto the beach there, Big Chief?
Near where I was standing before when I asked for a gold piece.
There, so there's the answer. So about like halfway up the beach.
If he is within like 10 or 15 feet, probably 10 feet, I'm going to try and like duck for cover away.
Okay. Are you gonna drop what you're carrying?
Yes.
Are you guys 3-man carrying something again?
Yes.
Okay.
He
So,
fucking drops
that's
this
right,
shit
just
and
fucking
just
dips.
yeets herself.
Duck and cover.
Yeah, get the hell away. She turns around to see that
Damn
it's
you,
Vin.
woman!
Oh, it's him. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I will keep helping.
Out fucking standing. Okay. Well, Vinshenzo has returned with chest number 3. And inside chest number 3, I know you're gonna do it, is... Oh, where's my funny...
Find a small child.
I find it quite insulting, Mr. Carlos, that you wouldn't even give me a gold piece.
Find it quite insulting that you'd ask me for money. So I guess we're even.
Yes.
This speak of coins seems like a regular conversation.
He's always trying to put a price on our friendship, and I say I don't quite appreciate it.
Is that so?
Excuse me? Vin says, excuse me?
No, Vin, don't try to lie about it. This isn't the first time you asked for pay.
It's just a gold piece, Mr. Carlos.
Vazray looks at Vin suspiciously.
Here we go. Okay, so inside the box, you find what looks to be chunks of raw metal, like raw metal ore.
Ooh, what kind of
Ooh.
metal?
Ooh,
Ooh.
I don't know. Are you a proficient at? I'm gonna say that's a nature check because that sounds like a very natural thing to know.
Not the
She doesn't
metal
have-
again, bro.
She doesn't have proficiency in it, but I think she'd try to identify that.
Oh,
Play the character.
I would
not
also
others.
like to do a nature roll.
Vin does not care. Useless rocks.
Don't be so hasty. If this is valuable metal, it could be more than that entire chest you brought up before.
Maybe it could be used for armor.
Yes, with a proper forge and smithy, perhaps, which we don't have.
Do we have a forge and smithy yet?
Yes, you do. It's just not a very advanced one. The fucking not really window shades, but the most advanced metalworking that you guys have, well, that like Sanctuary Island and the Alliance has,
It's
comes from the Salamanders. They are your forge.
I'm sure the salamanders would be interested in working the metal.
What about the dwarves?
I'm afraid their facilities aren't quite up to par.
I wouldn't trust the salamanders if this was worth anything of note.
Why not? I mean, they forged the weapon we use now.
I don't think I understand who the salamanders are.
Ah, yes, that was before you joined us. It's one of the islands we explored before. They're basically giant salamander people that have a fondness for fire.
They're quite like
They're
you, actually.
I wouldn't put it that far. They're strange.
Yes.
But I do like fire. I look forward to seeing them at some point.
I'm sure we can venture a trip. It's been quite a while.
Mithril.
Shut up, you don't know that yet. Then, indeed, this is more valuable than you thought. This is mithril. Very rare and strong metal. I've heard that for legends of dwarves and even elves forging quite magnificent equipment from this.
Yes.
We must keep this.
To reiterate my point, I would not trust the salamanders with such materials.
We will see, and we will do what we must.
If the salamanders cannot be trusted, then Vin may be right.
Oh, trust me, they can be trusted. He's just, well, you know,
Cautious. It is understandable. I can relate.
Mr. Carlos likes them because they look more like him than we do now.
They've never betrayed us, so I don't know why you're so wary of them.
Well, you're interesting for one to talk, considering you just turned into a shark not long ago.
Bit of
I
trickery.
think she's got you there.
Oh yes, Vazrai was hoping that you could turn into a dragon. She was just telling me how she longed to look upon one again.
I won't deny that.
Yes, well,
I could tell by the way she asked.
It would be amazing to see one again.
for a bit of coin, perhaps.
How much?
A gold piece.
She quickly gets one gold piece and hands it to him.
Vin tucks the gold into his vest and then turns. I'll message Chris.
Can he actually turn into a dragon?
I'm gonna
I
listen.
I don't
I'm gonna
think
see.
he can.
God.
You have to have seen it before, right?
We've killed a
Or
dragon.
no?
We have,
I've-
well,
It's true. You have killed a dragon. That is factually accurate.
if we're playing by the rules that we have to see the thing that we're polymorphing into, we have not played with those rules.
I know we haven't. I don't know the rules of polymorph. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
He's seen pictures and books.
He turns into a drawing.
Turns into the toothless meme.
Oh no!
You ever seen the episode in SpongeBob SquarePants where he draws himself and
Yes.
drawn SpongeBob? That's what Vinshenzo turns into.
That
He just turns into a
episode scared
drawing
me
of
as a
Vinshenzo.
kid.
He just becomes Vinshenzo.
I'm Doodle Vin.
Goddamn.
Okay,
bastard.
if that's actually what you do, then you want me to? Okay.
Yeah, do it. I want you to do it.
Let's just find the numbers here.
Oh god, I'm scared. What have I done?
You
I
paid a
actually had it
madman
pulled
is
up
what you've
here.
done.
Well, look at me. You're the one who recommended it.
Okay, so Vinshenzo transforms. He begins to warp and mutate, and his limbs and body bubble and seize as they grow in size. His arms stay the same relative size, but the rest of his body morphs into the largest looking lizard you have ever seen. It stands on 2 feet, has a jaw that looks like it could swallow a house,
What the fuck?
and it bellows a roar that damn near deafens you.
Yeah.
You
Does it
become a
have-
T-Rex.
Did he turn into a T-Rex?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
She looks.
In front of you stands a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
She looks at the dinosaur, very confused. That's not a dragon at all.
Its scales are vaguely purple-black in color.
May I roll a history or nature check?
You can roll a nature check. Ooh, no, you can roll a nature check. You're not from an educated society. You don't have universities with books.
Smart.
But maybe you've seen something in your travels.
Nature 18.
You don't know what the fuck that is.
Oh,
Maybe it could be a dragon. You don't know. It's big and
It
scaly
ain't no
and
dragon, I can tell you
doesn't have
that.
wings.
It is definitely no dragon.
I guess with an 18, you can for certain say that is not a dragon.
You insult me.
first time being swindled.
We'll roll. It will roll history, I guess.
First takes my amulet, then swindles, and then just does this. I cannot believe this, Lord Cairona. She is both disappointed yet impressed, and a little scared all at the same time.
And only slightly aroused.
Mm,
Peleus never heard of these before. It's not in his domain of study.
Oh, it's
amazing.
not a dragon, but I don't recognize it.
Whoever would say it's not a dragon, I would rear up on my hind legs and then, rear down lower and then roar in their face.
How can you do that?
I'm going to
That's
Starlight Step onto your head.
Ooh!
Vazray would just simply stand there and try to withstand the roar, if anything. Just try to avoid being blown over.
Yeah, I think I
intimidated.
would do that to Vazray.
What do I have to roll to resist the
Resist the
intimidation?
roar.
Resist the roar? I stand defiantly in front of you.
Yeah, you can resist it if you want. I don't know.
Well,
I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, she will stand defiantly in your attempt to intimidate her, whatever you're trying to do.
I was just having a bit of fun.
This is no dragon.
Okay, you have 300 pounds of raw mithril and a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
We should take both of them home.
Both of you. To go.
Take the mithril.
I will not need a check.
Vin unshapes.
Oh,
Okay.
now we no longer have a T-Rex.
That could make some nice armor.
Vin pats his pockets and bows. Where he placed the gold piece, he pats his pocket and says, "Thank you, Miss Pinefall."
She says nothing and continues moving the mithril.
Yeah, Vazray's just gonna lift a mere 300 pounds of raw.
You're just gonna lift like
We're going
350
to be-
pounds.
Anger bald.
All right,
She's gonna throw her back out.
Roll me athletics
In a
here,
chest
Vazray.
too, so it's more than 300 pounds.
No, I probably can't. I'm probably not going to be able to do shit. I can roll though.
Do it anyways.
You and me combined
She's
Have
not
a
gonna
lifting
be-
capacity of 120 or 240 pounds
She got a
Jesus.
3.
without.
Got a 3.
Amazing.
As she tries to lift this thing up, and she gets
Immediately
absolutely
pull a
no-
muscle in your back. She tried lifting with her back and not her legs. Classic.
Vazray, what are you doing?
Only an OSHA representative was here to watch this unsafe working conditions.
Where's Bahamut when I need him? I need.
The fourth commandment of Bahamut, thou shalt lift
Yes.
Vin,
with thine legs.
Vin will clap his hands together and say, "Well, that's enough work for me for one day," and then dimension doors onto the ship.
Hell yeah.
God damn it.
I'll say it takes you another
Probably takes a while, because
I can carry like another 30 pounds without being slowed down.
Fuck you. So you guys eventually, after much sweating and swearing, load all of the contents of the ship onto your ship, and you have quite a wealthy-looking cargo hold. Over the course of the rest of the afternoon, between cooking breaks and other things, Ragus will help inventory whoever is inventorying all the stuff, and you find that you have all the contents were written on that card. You are 17,000 gold pieces richer.
How marvelous.
And a whole bunch of silver.
Except the scrolls, because they're currently in my backpack.
Yeah, except those scrolls. I don't care who gets what. That's among you group. And Nephis is ready to sail.
Hell yeah.
He has no interest in hanging around with a megalodon potentially in the region.
Hell yeah.
I'll get in the crow's
shark.
nest.
Hell yeah.
What's our total crew size right now?
You guys plus Ragus. No other NPCs on crew.
Oh.
This is a Marvel Avengers mission. Yeah, it's just the Avengers, not the B team.
Okay, copy. Less ways to split?
Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I think it's another 3 days of sailing. I don't know how many days I said it was of sailing to that. I'd say it's another 3 days. A quick perception at disadvantage for the rest of this day there, Vinshenzo. In the crow's nest.
Okay. Yeah.
You'll have to tell me what the number is because I'm doing that thing that I do.
I will tell you. 13.
Are we sailing on?
Well, you don't have to sail on if you don't want to, but
No, I mean, like, is time gonna pass? Because if so, I'm gonna take the time to copy the spell to my spellbook.
time is gonna pass.
Alright. Well, I will just guarantee I can't fail. Give myself expertise in Arcana with a 5th level spell.
Fuck yeah, there you go.
Then I will spend 100 gold, although I will do so in platinum if that is okay.
Yep.
And then 4 minutes with my magical quill to add magic weapon to my spells. At which point the scroll disintegrates.
Where is Peleus doing this?
In the hold.
Oops, that's not supposed to be. That's supposed to be. Okay.
Vincenzo, would I'm gonna ask DM.
I have not rolled yet, but the DC is 14 and I have a plus 13, so I
don't roll a 1.
Sorry, it's a DC 12. So even if I roll a 1, I can't fail, but I rolled an 18.
We'll do it for academics anyways. Cool. All right. You successfully accomplished
32. 31?
Okay.
31. Yeah.
Vinshenzo is Vinshenzo aware that Peleus is doing this?
I don't think anybody would go out of their way to tell him, or sorry, let me rephrase that. Ragus isn't going to go out of his way to tell him. Nephis is too busy sailing the ship to care. And those are the only 2 that I have control over.
Okay.
Carlos is counting money.
Vazray's petting her cat.
She touching her pussy in the corner.
Anyway.
Whoa.
After Peleus.
Oh, you were looking at that T-Rex.
God fucking damn it.
After the 4 minutes, Peleus would go over to Carlos and hand him the unintelligible scroll. I found this and another scroll which I just copied into my spellbook among the wreckage.
Oh, what are they?
The other one was a magic weapon scroll, which I have now added to my spellbook, and I can make more of those scrolls should we need them.
Outstanding. I'll I'll hold on to them and I'll probably give them to Khutula. She'd probably appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Well, I mean, it's one scroll. It's the Speak with Plants that I don't know what it is.
The other one disintegrated, but it's
Yeah.
okay because Peleus can make more.
I can make more at half cost and half time.
Outstanding.
It's actually a pretty cool resource right there. Alright. What did you say your perception was again, Vin? Sorry.
13. My passive is 15.
Oh, okay. I thought, for whatever reason, when I saw those numbers that you wrote down, I thought it was the shark again. Not.
No, that was
okay.
Vinshenzo.
As far as you're concerned, all smooth sailing. And nothing proves you wrong. For the rest of the day. Do me another 2. We'll do
2 perception checks
two perceptions.
at disadvantage.
Yes. Who does watch at night? I assume you do watch at night too.
I
right?
do watch at night.
Just do regular perceptions. Don't worry about the disadvantage. We'll do it for the full
Oh,
day's worth of day.
okay. Let me roll again then. That would be a 25. And an 18.
Okay. So on the first day, you notice a sail on the distant horizon to your northeast.
Hell yeah.
You guys are traveling northwest.
I alert the captain.
And Nephis asks the rest of the crew what they would like to do about it.
Are we able to see the flag?
It's
Sorry,
on-
the sail or whatever.
It's on the horizon, but if you would like to try and see that far, you can attempt. I think somebody has a spyglass. I think Nephis has a spyglass.
Nephis has a spyglass, and
He probably would be interested.
there
in
would have
viewing
been
it,
a second spyglass among Isaac's stuff, which I don't know what Nephis.
Yeah, what
would have
happened to
done
his
with.
stuff?
His stuff was recovered in the aftermath of the Battle of the Beasts, and it was... Isaac would have never left a will behind, so essentially it was just sort of like gathered and kept in a corner of the quartermaster's lodge.
Vinshenzo wouldn't have wanted any of it and said it should have been buried with him, his personal effects.
Well, his clothes and stuff would have been buried with
if
him, but like the
asked about
contents
it.
of his house and all that shit would have been moved out.
Vazray probably would have said the same thing Vin was, so...
Well, yeah, but all the stuff on his person should be buried with him, Vin would say if asked about it.
Well, Carlos, because I'm sure he would have been told, seeing that it was there and he's already buried, he'd probably have it moved to a safe place in the tavern where other people wouldn't be able to, like, take his stuff.
Okay. Nephis can't make out the flag with his spyglass.
I'm probably gonna not be able to do shit. I don't even think I
mean,
can see.
I'll do a perception roll, try and see, but I don't
We'll
have
be
a
doing it at
spyglass. so-
disadvantage because of that.
Cursed die, you are welcomed with this character for the first time.
Where's die?
Living up to its name already, I love it.
Can I
Hell
roll
yeah, dude.
perception at a disadvantage?
I
Yes.
roll a 9 perception.
I'm also gonna roll.
Path of 18. If
It's a
that matters.
disadvantage because it's far away.
Yes.
Oh, holy shit.
Did you roll a 19 and a 20? Ridiculous. I would get a unnatural 20.
Vazray would get a 19.
Wow. All these high rolls and nobody can identify the flag though either. Still, you can
That's the
identify
one
that there is.
time she actually is looking at something well enough too, which is fun.
You can identify that there is a flag. You just can't see anything to
Can I
be
tell
able
what
to
color
say.
it is?
About to say color.
Can I roll something to attempt to judge how far away it is? How far or how long it would take us to get there? Should we decide to go there?
Just give me a second, and I will give you. The answer is yes. Let me just find that answer for myself so that I can tell you if you get it right. That'll be survival.
Hey.
Does the ship have any way to defend itself if we decide to approach the ship?
We have harpoons, I think.
Last thing we need is to go sailing up to a ship, saying hi, and just getting our asses absolutely just freaking kicked. And then we lost our mithril.
Is this the same day that I turned into the T-Rex?
It's day after.
Oh, okay. Then I've rested.
So it's been a day.
It's been a day. Everybody's long rested.
Alright.
Peleus doesn't really know. It's far. Carlos, with your
Which case, I'm also
wizened, experienced shipman's eye, you think it's about 3 miles away.
That's
I
pretty
shared
fucking
this
far.
information. What's the speed of the Wide Horizons?
The Wide Horizons can go fast. Remember, I think it's like 4 miles. It's not 4 miles. It's in favorable winds, you guys can get up to a speed of like 6 miles an hour.
Whoa.
I'd say it's only well, if the fates are kind, about half an hour out of our way if it was to stay still. I'm not sure which. Can we tell which direction it's going?
It is
it was
going northwest.
northeast.
Oh, sorry, yes, northeast. You guys are traveling northwest. It is on the horizon to the northeast. You're traveling.
So we're basing that intercept course at a 90-degree angle.
No, you guys are moving
Yeah.
away from them in opposite
sorry.
directions. So if you're
Oh.
so
We're heading
you guys
northwest.
are-
We're heading northeast. Okay.
yeah, reference the map. You guys are heading towards like this, and they're heading that way.
If we were to decide to chase them, the only way we would overcome them is if we have the faster ship.
I'd say we should go after them.
You think so?
We may be able to learn of another settlement.
Fair enough.
Hopefully it's a friendly one.
Well, if we're fast enough to catch up to it, then we're fast enough to escape, I suppose.
Or a conquerable one.
Vazray says nothing.
I mean, it doesn't
Vin.
hurt to get close enough to get a better look.
Vin, turning into a pirate now, are you? Pirate king. Your wife would probably be proud.
If they were hostile and their settlement was conquerable, it wouldn't be a problem.
Spoken like a true drow.
I was never trying not to be one, Mr. Carlos.
Would Vinshenzo take that as an insult?
I am not ashamed of my heritage.
That's more Vinshenzo.
All right then, let's take a look then, shall we?
Agreed.
I would like a volunteer.
Oh.
Roll me 3d20.
Ben, you've been rolling pretty great. Why don't you roll?
No.
Okay, I'll roll.
I'll roll
Too late,
the
I'm gonna
cursed
grab
die.
the dice.
Let's do it.
Oh, fuck.
Three of 'em.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what the total. I just need the value of each.
See what you've done. Oh,
3, 8, and 20.
There's
Just-
a 20.
Roll. Read them off one at a time. First number
3,
is
8,
okay.
20.
31.
Okay.
Yeah, we rolled a 31.
As Nephis tacks the wide horizons east to begin pursuing the other ship. You guys begin sailing, and after about an hour, the wind begins to die down, and heavy clouds on the horizon signify quite heavy rain squalls approaching your ship as you continue to sail.
Are we catching up to the ship at all?
Well, the wind has died down, so you're not really going very fast at all.
Is the ship that we're chasing going to be caught in this storm?
It's already in the storm now.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, how do we feel of this?
How do we feel?
Generally, it is dangerous to be on a boat during a storm.
Depends on the severity of the storm. Can we tell how bad the storm is?
I think
Survival.
That sounds like survival, yeah.
Sure, I can do that.
Vazray's gonna roll as well.
I shall also. Fuck.
I roll a
Nephis
21.
What?
I rolled a 21 again. That's awesome. A 21.
21.
21.
And Nephis gets a 6. Carlos seems to be sailor of the day, even better sailor than Nephis. You know that the biggest danger of a storm of this caliber, especially where there's no wind, is you can be stranded and very easily capsized if the waves are not in your favor.
We're beating to windward.
I do not think we should go. I don't think we should follow any further. If the wind stays like this, we could easily meet our fate on these seas.
Then we should probably consider making a note of where this ship has gone, at least its course. We should continue on our way.
Yes. Nephis should mark his charts.
Nephis says, "Aye," and he marks his charts
God damn it.
with the relative
Do
position
we-
and bearing of the ship.
We have a rough position where we're currently at.
You are. Look at the world map. You
Probably
are-
somewhere like over here.
You're sailing. Yes, you're about here. Oh,
No! We're sinking! God damn it!
The storm
sailing
has
this
passed.
way.
We're gonna
Where was the shipwreck then? Was there just some random?
Just some small island.
The shipwreck was like around here.
it was
within
just
your path of
some
travel.
random small.
Yeah, like the size of this rocky bluff. And this is shit that is not abnormal in terms of like just random things jutting out of the ocean. Has been described in the past, but this is one of the reasons why Rabbit alongside Vinshenzo were able to do so much exploring in the early days, was because there was just random crap like this scattered about the ocean. It's unimportant sort of flotsam and random things jutting out of the ocean. And this happened to be one that had something actually interesting. So for that part, yeah, it's just some like random rocky outcrop that is effectively boat shaped or boat sized. It's not much bigger than the ship itself, so it's not anything of importance to put on a map usually.
Alright.
Then I'd say let's continue on our way towards our original destination.
Hell yeah. And on to the second day, to which Vinshenzo had rolled quite a lovely 23, or something in the 20s. I think it was a 22 or... Anyways, doesn't matter.
I didn't
Really
put it
good.
in chat.
Yeah. But on the second day, you...
Megalodon.
8, 13, 20. Megalodon. You see the Megalodon in the distance to your south. It's not following you, but you see it breach the waves.
Oh wow, I was right, huh? Shit.
Yes. You see it breach the waves probably a mile away. This is in the late evening of the second day. You see it. So at this point
Please
in
turn
time-
this up. Vin,
Okay.
I'm
Jeez.
sorry.
Night
Put on
loves
Jaws.
this music.
At this point in time, you're nearing the island, and the Megalodon is off your the southern side of your ship. To port. But it's a mile away.
We gotta get out of here. Vazray doesn't like that even bigger shark.
I don't like that.
I don't want to get eaten by that. Let's just keep going.
Yes.
I hope we can get back.
Is there anything Vinshenzo wants to do with this information, or?
I will inform the captain.
Okay. Nephis asks if it's swimming toward us or not.
Do I know that?
You know that it is not.
I inform the captain.
And he says, "Oh, we should be okay then. We'll keep sailing."
Hell yeah.
I trust the captain.
And he does.
I trust the
And
captain.
you guys reach this new island in sort of in dawn as the sun is rising. Nephis not weighs anchor. He drops anchor off the coast. This new land. Oh yeah, I have it there already. Hell yeah. So y'all are. Let's move this ship over. He's anchored off the coast here.
Oh yes.
I gotta start putting a compass rose on all my maps. I'm gonna do that in the future.
Yeah.
But yes, this is welcome.
We had that one that you could just
Yeah.
move around in place. I don't know what happened to it.
I don't know what happened to it either, and I can use my own brain power to just put compass roses on my future maps. It'll be a lot easier for me right now to ignore the problem and fix it later.
Yes.
So we're just gonna go with the standard Moonbeam compass rotation of facing towards this side of the table is north.
Roger that. So we're approaching from the south.
Approaching from the southeast.
Roger that. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Nephis announces that he will be staying with the ship.
Probably a good idea.
He will sail it around. If needs
Hell
be.
yeah.
If needs must. I can finally open this chapter. Yeah. So the island itself, along the coast, as you guys are on the deck and taking a look at this landmass that you finally arrived at, you notice that infrequently in some of the smaller coves you see signs of fishing villages, but they look more like old ruins of fishing villages. Yeah. Ooh.
How bizarre.
The environment on this island is a lot more akin to the woodlands of the Westlands kingdoms. A lot of deciduous forests that you can see. Very European countryside. Or not countryside, but you know what I mean.
Reminds
Very
me
European
of Tavia.
climate. Yeah, it's Tarvia as well. And yeah, so you have this is basically the map you're working off of is Vinshenzo aerial recon map.
Can we mark where these fishing villages are located?
Yep, I can mark where the fishing villages are located for you. Let me just get my spy vision out, and I will mark them on the map for the ones that you can see.
No, he's doing air reconnaissance, which means I'm probably not there, but
No, this is
I've done this like months ago.
previous air reconnaissance, yeah.
I've done this months ago.
Very well.
You've done this like half a year ago.
He did it 14 months ago.
Oh, 14. Oh, yeah, we've been here over a year.
Been here for over a year. Happy anniversary!
And then there was the time skip of
Yeah,
like
the time.
6 months.
Oh no, that's added into the calculation.
All right.
Yes.
So there is one. Oh god, the dreaded marker. It's okay. Fine. There. One. There, and those are the only two that you can see. Coming from the southeast, like that.
So,
Hmm.
oh, never mind.
What's that?
So, we've gone here to this island, correct?
That is
Or
correct.
this cluster
Yeah.
of island? Okay.
That's the place where you guys have just arrived.
Okay. Hell yeah. Yes, this is the other place that I thought I had saw the hintings of civilization. But upon closer inspection, it seems they're abandoned.
You, just for pressure on time, that has been months since you actually did this scouting. You've seen signs of civilization across the island, but there was no signs of when you did your exploration. Sorry,
Okay.
no, yeah, that's what it was. You found signs of civilization, but you didn't find signs of life, which is, I think, why you ended up choosing Salamander Island first, because there was at least a hint of population.
I did not realize that it was ruins.
I would like to see these ruins.
I think luck may be on your side, Miss Pinefall.
Nephis is more than willing to bring the ship in closer to the coast, but at this point in time, I'm more gonna treat him as a chauffeur and let you guys sort of pilot how you want to.
Oh, I
Make
thought we were
landfall.
gonna. I thought
Oh.
he lowered anchor and we were gonna
He
take-
lowered
I thought we
anchor
were
like
ready.
I thought we were
he
gonna
lowered the
take the
anchor
skiff in.
offshore. Hey, you guys want to take the skiff in? You can. That's my point is he's anchored there for now because in the past you guys have done a couple of different types of approaches. So maybe you want to use him as USS Freedom to launch your NATO operations. Maybe you want to go straight in for the amphibious assault. That's why I'm giving you this statement now of
While
choose how you
everybody
wanna
is
go in. Nephis
sitting
is chauffeuring.
around deciding on what they want to do, I begin casting Find Greater Steed for 10 minutes.
okay.
Unless there's any objection, I'd like to go to this village here. It looks more open.
Oh, do we not have a scale thing for this one?
I can tell you scales. I also used to put scales on my maps, and I haven't done that either, which is once again my bad. But I can tell you scales because on my secret DM copy, I have the ability to do distances. But give me a second; I'll give you a rough comparison. So from where you guys are now to the coast is, where's my ruler? There it is. 2,500 miles. Get out of here.
Ha!
It's not that much. This is a much bigger place, though. Oops.
Sea of Thieves
There we go.
Megalodon music.
Yes.
Which one, Vazra, are you looking at?
I'm interested in this one. What's
Same.
this song? There we go.
Sea of Thieves
It's flatter.
Megalodon music is unironically sick, though.
It is pretty awesome.
Wow, this is not the scale that I used before. Something fucked up. Okay, well, according to my map, it's 139 miles away, which is wrong. You guys are parked 2 miles off the coast.
Okay.
So the boat would probably be like right here then.
Yeah, the boat's closer.
Is any objection to going that direction anyway?
Carlos has no objection.
He would have been like, anyways, he would have been somewhere nearby.
We
Point
should
is, you're
probably
2
try
miles
to
off the
lower
coast.
anchor closer.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a hell of a distance. I'd say closer.
2 miles.
He's more than capable of doing it.
2 miles to row a skiff is a long way.
Yeah.
There
Do you want him to go like in there?
Yeah, that works.
It does not matter
Totally
to me
fine.
because I refuse to do the rowing.
He weighs anchor in the bay, or he drops anchor in the bay. There.
It will help protect the ship from the sea.
A little small to be able to help with the rowing these, but I will try.
How far
Crap,
away
one
are we
hour.
from shore now?
You guys are handily parked in the bay, and the bay is like a mile across. You're a half mile.
The Bay of
He's in the middle of the bay.
Fortuna.
He's in the
So
middle of the
half
bay
a
because he doesn't
mile,
like
so-
the ruins. Yeah,
2,500
mile.
feet ish.
ish.
All right.
And because it took him an hour to get there, Rabbit is here. Rabbit has been here for 50 minutes.
The Bay of Fortuna.
Well, let's see what these ruins hold.
Indeed. Perhaps we will find more rewards.
Perhaps
I get in the rowboat and tell Rabbit to follow me.
Okay, Rabbit will follow you through the sky.
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Yeah, sorry, there's loot on the ground.
Oh.
I'm sorry, dude, I'm playing RuneScape.
Motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Hell yeah.
Motherfucker.
All right, we get in the skiff. If Vazray is able to row, she rows. If she's, tall enough and strong enough to do that.
Azra is definitely tall and strong enough to help.
Then in that case, she certainly does so.
Yeah.
Alias casts fly as a 4th level spell and just flies to shore with
Everybody's
rail.
flying away.
No,
He's just chilling.
I'm in the rowboat.
Yeah.
I'm
all right,
spending
let's go.
time with my friends.
What a waste of magic.
Yes.
Anyway, we continue rowing.
Yeah.
Means
Yeah.
I'm not going to be doing perception checks unless it's pointed that direction.
Yeah.
I try to bring it to land.
Okay. There's no way that you. Ooh, I can't say it that way.
Ooh.
I don't feel as though there's any way for you to fuck that up. So you get to land.
Cobalt power.
It's honestly at this point in time, it's your guys' fault for letting the smallest kobold be the one who's like steering the skiff. But
I can do it.
you know what? Screw it. What's that operate vehicle check?
Ooh.
Sea
I
vehicle?
don't have the. It's a sea vehicle. I don't have proficiency in sea vehicles.
I know you don't.
The
or any
only
vehicle.
the only thing that does is it adds proficiency to any check that you make
It's
while operating. Or that uses the operation of that vehicle. There's no like vehicle check.
Okay, you are not proficient in sailing, so quick Google foo. Roll me a wisdom ability check.
Whoa.
Wisdom?
Wisdom. You can add your wisdom modifier, but you cannot add proficiency.
Oh, I
If
don't
you
have a
were operating-
modifier then.
Or
Okay.
a tool.
A natural 20.
Oh yes.
You are able to perfectly pilot this skiff ashore, assuading or maybe not assuading doubts, but you've definitely shown your sea legs, you scurvy dog.
I can't see where I'm going, but we're
On the
going
dinghy boat.
somewhere.
Magnificent
She was a
effort, Miss Pinefall.
sailor in a past life.
Okay, after heavy, hard rowing, you finally catch up to Peleus, and Peleus, you make landfall first, so we're going to start with you. You arrive on the gravelly shore, having flown the distance of this ruined fishing village. The buildings themselves are mostly small, like fishing cottages and little storehouses and granaries. The buildings are absolutely ruined. They are overgrown and rotting. Walls have fallen in. It's absolute mess. As you touch down on the ground, you hear. What's your passive perception? Sorry.
18.
You hear the skittering sound of animals of some sort of evacuating as they detect your presence.
Well, I will make an active perception check to try and spot these animals.
For sure.
It's like I Am Legend. Nature has been taken back.
That's very much what it looks like. Ooh. These are all nothing that you would consider. Maybe you wouldn't consider. They're like coyotes and raccoons and like foxes and other small predatory creatures like that. Yeah, that's exactly it. Little scavengers which are lurking in the dark of the ruins, and as soon as they detected something else, they're like, shit, get out of here.
Oh, since they're not
Skittish
immediately
animals.
dangerous, I'm gonna just leave them be. I will tell Rail to check and see if there's anything worth salvaging here, and then I will go to inspect the architecture and see if I recognize it.
All right, roll me history for the architecture, and I'll figure something out.
History, you say?
And it is a thing that. So Rail is going to investigate weapons. Okay, with a 19 on your history, you have no idea where these people could have come from, but you are able to identify the uniqueness of the architecture that you would be able to, like, you know what it looks like. It's unique in enough ways that you will be able to identify it in the future should you find out who the stonemasons and carpenters were who built these buildings.
All right.
And Rail comes plodding out of one of the houses a couple minutes later. Well, sorry, as you're inspecting the architecture, you see him wandering through a couple of the buildings. It gives you little status reports as it goes, letting you know that it's found a few odd trinkets. It doesn't pick any of them up for you because you told it to go and do the scouting part. And the last building, which is sort of at the farther western end of town, Rail enters for about a half second and then just comes like baby running back because he's not exactly the most dexterous on his feet, but he comes like stumbling back to you, and he reports to you that there's danger in the last house.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
Well, in that case, we'll wait for the others. I just it would take about just over 2 minutes to fly here for us.
It would have taken, it'll be taking them a lot longer than that to get to you, but that's okay.
Given that he's reported danger, I'm gonna just keep an eye on the house, and we're gonna wait until the others get here.
Okay. Minutes later, the skiff finally grinds ashore on the gravelly beach, and your intrepid reinforcements have arrived
In the form of Cobalt.
in the form of 2 kobolds and a Vinshenzo and a rabbit.
And a cat.
You're bringing Coco with
I
you?
see you finally made it.
Actually, no, that'd probably be a bad idea. I'll leave Coco on this ship.
Okay.
Yes, no thanks to you.
Well, I've started looking around. Rayo found something dangerous in the last house over there, and I decided to wait for you guys before checking it out.
Vazray points to the house in which he is referring to. Are you referring to that one over there?
Yes, I would have been pointing.
She looks to Carlos and Vin for a moment to see if they approve of her going to check it out.
Could your companion, Mr. Rail, elaborate on what something dangerous could be?
Yes, probably. I don't know.
You don't know. Oh.
Well,
Rail-
no, like me, the player, doesn't know. Like I don't know
Rail is
what
going to-
level of speech he has.
Treat him as a familiar, sorry, not a familiar, treat him as a retainer, so he's like effectively the same intelligence as like your
He's
average-
basically a servant human.
Yeah.
Effectively. Okay.
He's
Yeah.
designed with that same level of intelligence. He's effectively like an administrative / research assistant, so he's capable of like
So-
the level of complex thinking required to do basic tasks for you.
What
such
did he
as
see then?
he reports that it is. I haven't figured out a voice for Rail yet, so I'm going to just talk in the third person for him. But he reports to once more that is a danger, is unidentified, uncatalogued. It tells you, it reports to you that the danger is mammalian in nature.
But it is not in its registry. The what the creature is. Okay.
Vazray is going to pull out her sword and shield
We'll
and look in the direction of the
well,
house.
Rail, you stay here and we'll go check it out.
Allow me to get a closer look. Perhaps I can see it without being spotted myself.
By all means.
I will accompany Mr. Carlos.
Vazray, if possible, will attempt to accompany them if they allow her.
No.
For the sake of environment, it is mid-morning.
Azrai, perhaps it's best if you stay where you are now. No offense, but you're not as stealthy as we are.
You'd be surprised, but I understand.
Just be ready in case things turn sour.
She nods and she tries to find a spot nearby in which she could quickly respond.
We'll just stand, like, I don't know, 30 feet outside the
Yes,
house,
we would not
waiting.
want to recapture the incident in the woods that one time.
In that case, Vazray will...
As you walk away, I will say, just pull it towards me if you need some fire support.
Some fire support. I get it.
Vazray gives a smirk.
Alright. You want us to, like, roll stealth or something?
Well, if you're being sneaky, that would be the logical
I'm
next step.
rolling
Wow.
stealth.
Okay, I rolled a 19.
A 19. Okay, let me just see if I actually was able to upload that map. It was already fucked. It was already gonna use. I'm gonna recycle an old one. See if you guys remember this old gem.
It's white for me.
It's
Wow.
white for me as well.
It's loading.
I see it.
I see it.
It's loading.
Do I remember this?
Wait, hold on. Last time this happened, there was a setting in the options that fixed it.
Well, if it's something that Devon like brainlessly hosted in his Devon and Rose server, then me and some of us might have it and some of us might not.
In that case, I probably won't be able to see it.
Oh, how do I fix that? Fuck it.
Want me to try and leave and then rejoin? Oh, never mind.
No.
I mean, leaving and rejoining could fix it as well.
Well, it's too late. I deleted it.
It's too late, guys. Chill out.
God damn.
God damn it.
I probably
You
have it
really
on my
wanted to
drive.
see it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a cozy little village.
It's a hamlet.
Oh, I can't use that one. We've used that one
That
too
was
recently.
beautiful.
Whatever. It's just a little shitty house. I know the original one. Oh yeah, I remember now. The original one was too big, too buku. But then you guys left, so I didn't bother resizing it. Or sorry, you guys never went, so I didn't resize it. Fuck. Fuck me for not being preemptive.
My
Ah,
bento
okay.
box is Boku.
Doesn't matter. Okay, sorry. I'll try and do this in the background. So you got a roll of what? Sorry?
It's in chat.
29
and 29.
20.
How much does Carlos get for rolling stealth?
19.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Images.
I am distracted by rice.
What's Rice doing?
This giant rice stew.
What's that
Giant
Rice
rice
do?
stew.
Yeah.
Rice.
Open image, new tab. Oh, why is this so difficult? Save image as. Numbers. It's worth it. It's worth it.
Seeker, you need to get like Google Eyes or something.
Okay, so you guys begin sneaking in a sneaky way towards this house.
Sneakily?
Sneakily.
Be
You know,
careful,
yeah.
Mr. Carlos.
The manner of which someone does when they sneak. What the fuck? I just saved it. Where is it? Arrgh!
Lost to the sands of time.
Oh, it's because it's .webp format, because I guess the people who I steal all the battle maps from have gotten wise to my tricks.
Never
Shit.
trust a .webp user. That's the first
Ugh.
rule.
It's the first rule of the internet. Well, in that case, we're going to do this purely by imagination. The house is 20 by 30 squares on the interior, and I play it. We're not going to do.
We'll have to draw it like we'll just have to draw it.
Yes, we'll just have to draw it. Okay, so you guys approach the house. There is a door on facing you, and there is also a small window next to.
After you, Mr. Carlos.
I want to look through the window.
Okay, you peep through the window into the gloom. Roll perception, please.
The gloom.
How big was the house, did you say?
20 by 30.
You got it, Chief.
You want me to roll?
Anybody who's looking through a window or peeping through a door to see what dangerous thing is inside
I'll
can
look
roll.
through the window with Carlos.
Hell yeah. 26.
Oh, I just put my dice there.
26 and 16 for Ven.
The accidental. There we go.
Okay, so what the two of you
Apparently, I can't draw on it, so I can't make a.
You gotta lock
Sorry.
it.
What only Carlos and not Vinshenzo, which is very odd given the gloomy interior,
Here, watch this.
sees
Kobold.
is what looks to be a black mastiff hound sleeping in the dark corner of the little cottage, and it seems as though the shadows themselves are swirling and radiating around, like even darker shadow than the gloom of the interior is slowly wreathing its body like shadowy fire. It is asleep currently.
That's strange. It's some kind of dog, but it seems wreathed in shadow.
Trickery.
Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I don't know. What would I roll to recall if I've heard of such a thing?
Stand by.
Nature
Maybe?
Arcana problem?
Yeah, nature is going to be
Okay, I roll nature. Yeah.
Lost in the sands of time.
My nature is +2, so that's a 12.
You have no idea what this thing is.
I don't know what it is, Mr. Carlos. I would like to give Carlos Bardic Inspiration.
Hell yeah.
Stay
Can
yourself.
I roll this?
It looks fearsome.
So double check attack roll save. Shall we go inside and take a closer look? Where am I?
I don't know where Vazray's model is.
I'm not sure where any of your models are. I keep looking for them and then I get distracted. I'm going to keep looking for them again.
All your fault.
Vinshenzo Rabbit? No.
I have
For any pile of character models.
I have
There's
a
the
couple
oldest
of
one.
mine.
Nephis, Carlos, Vinshenzo, Vazrai. I got them.
Hell yeah.
Oh, there's one.
It's my old one.
Here I am.
There's one.
Thank you. Guess I'll scale down.
I'm
Scale down.
approximately gargantuan.
Oh no.
He is Dino now.
He just turns into a T-Rex immediately.
He just squishes the freaking house and just like, yeah, screw this.
Where's the fucking window?
From
Right
a
here?
from a nature roll of 12, can I tell if it's
On the south side.
perhaps a domesticated creature?
It's not domesticated. You, with your nature of 12, know that this is not no. This ain't no dog. This ain't just a dog. That's beyond dog.
Be careful, it's feral,
look.
whatever it is.
Oh, Vashtray's that close to the door?
Probably not.
Can I roll nature to see if I know what it is?
Absolutely.
It's feral, whatever it is,
It's
Mr.
really
Carlos.
hard. Hold on, my game is lagging.
Yeah, that's me. Sorry, I'm trying to find a model for this thing in the background, and
That's how
whenever I do
probably
that-
close we are.
No, I don't know what it is.
And in case the model for the house is wrong, just note that I drew it, so if you need to redraw it, you can. Hopefully it is to your liking.
Oh,
Shout
it's
out
30 by
to
20,
Knight for
so-
drawing the house.
yeah,
You drew
big
a
ups.
house.
You doing that means that I didn't have to, and I appreciate that.
Night is beautiful.
I know.
Alright.
Okay, I'm just gonna use this model.
91%, 999 latency.
It'll get there.
Why is he doing that?
Every single time I look at a creature token, I have to generate all of the creature tokens.
Ugh.
What have we learned?
Oh. Oh, it's got a little saddle on it. That's cute. It's not a mastiff.
Is it approximately large? Oh, no,
It's
not.
approximately medium-sized and is sleeping in the corner.
Bigger than me. I can use it as a war mount. Quietly.
Fix.
Just do that.
OBS disconnected. Why?
So like that?
Except that's a window.
What's a window?
Here, it's fine. I got it.
Okay.
Got it.
The black
Chill.
one is a window.
Yeah.
The white one is a door. The door
Okay,
is a
I'll leave
dark.
it alone.
There you go. That's what it looks like. That's the house.
Was Nephis with us, or did he go, or did he stay
on the
back
ship.
to the ship?
Staying
Nephis is on the ship. I just grabbed him because he was part of the jumble.
All right.
Part of the ship.
You know
part
what?
of the
Let's
crew.
put him over
Ah!
by his own stuff. Way he doesn't get lost later.
Yeah. Nephis can have Nephis.
Yeah, so we don't lose it.
I've already lost it. I don't even know where you put him. I'm just gonna do this so that none of us lose.
Hell yeah.
Now there's
Make him
no way
big.
we'll lose Nephis. Oh, he tipping.
He
thick.
tipping.
He chonkers.
Okay, there we go. So, Carlos, you've seen it. You've pointed it out to anybody who wants to see it.
Yes.
What do you do?
Quietly step inside.
You step quietly inside. It slumbers.
I would like to take a look around the room.
Okay.
What
Roll
are you
perception.
doing, Mr. Carlos?
Shh, I'm getting a closer look. Quiet.
But why?
Unnatural 20.
Among the contents of the room, you find 23 copper pieces sitting on a small table, a bronze key, a flask of very old, very stagnant water, and some scraps of leather that were probably once a bag.
Where's the key?
It's on the table with the coins.
Where's the table?
Oh, right. With the coins. Table.
Underneath the coins.
Sorry,
yes.
I'm not as good at night with these wonderful arts. The
What?
table's right here.
Alright. Is there anything? Is it like an upstairs or downstairs, or is this just
No.
this?
It's just a crappy dirt floor. I'm a poor fisherman cottage made out of field stone that somebody probably like dug out of a field when they were attempting to make it plowed and fertile.
Hell yeah.
The table is the only intact piece of furniture in the room. The rest of everything has been busted, broken, or otherwise rendered dilapidated.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna grab that key.
Okay, grab it.
'Cause I like it's a key. Keys can open chests,
You're gonna
and chests can contain valuables.
It's
Are you
also
gonna
shiny.
take it? Are you gonna take any of the other things that are on the table?
I guess I'll take the copper pieces. 'Cause I'm already here.
Okay, I'm gonna get you to roll sleight of hand.
Oh my
Okay.
god, Carlos.
It's all right. I got this.
He's
This
got
is like my
this.
best stat.
He's a kobold and a rogue.
Okay,
Both
so
bold.
that is it's 19 plus 13.
A lot. All right. You silently, with skills that few could replicate, are able to extract every copper piece of the 23 copper pieces without making so much as a single clink, chink, or clunk.
I'm practicing my abilities. This is
Practicing.
practice for later.
Yeah. And of course the key.
You always were a greedy scoundrel, Mr. Carlos.
You're one to talk, Mr. Vinshenzo.
And the beast doesn't
Yes.
make a single move.
All right, I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand right here. Well, I figure the key might be useful. Perhaps there's some place in town that it opens. Let's head back to the others and let them know what's inside.
Should lock this creature inside.
Does the door have a lock?
Door has a lock, but the window is painless. It's up to you if you want to lock the door. I'm just pointing it out.
I don't know. What if the door makes noise and it wakens the beast? It can get out either way through the window.
Very well. I will follow your lead.
All right, we depart back to the group.
Okay. Part back.
There isn't much inside. A key. Perhaps it opens something in town. And that beast, it was some kind of... It was a large dog, and it seemed like shadows were whirling around it or seeping from it or something. It was strange.
Creature.
Some sort of shadow creature, yes.
Can I make nature or arcana based on the description to try and determine what it is?
You can roll it at disadvantage. You can do nature for me.
Vazray seems to take interest in this.
She can also roll nature at disadvantage if she chooses, because we're going off of a description.
I already have a different description in mind, but I'll go ahead and roll it anyway.
I mean, like going off of Carlos's description that he just gave.
Let's see.
Nature.
Wow.
Shadow
Okay.
Mastiff. Textbook example of a Shadow Mastiff.
What is a shadow mastiff?
Peleus is aware that Shadow Mastiffs are hounds that come from the Shadowfell. They are creatures of darkness and shadow, and they hunt usually in packs.
Oh.
Let me think of all the other things. Peleus knows that Shadowhounds are usually manifested for service to nefarious servants of evil-minded organizations or dark gods. And they're generally used as sentinels, bodyguards, other such things. Attack animals for cults.
Reminds me of
you're-
Alpiner.
You're also aware that due to its shadowy nature, it can see into and otherwise interact with things on the ethereal plane, which is where it is at its most dangerous.
Is it usually hostile?
Yes.
There-
Aggressive?
Oh yeah.
Judging by the
Yes.
description that was said, I'd imagine that it would be.
I don't know.
Yes. If you're not if you're not in command of it, yes, very.
Huh. Then we should probably let it be.
Yeah.
Is there any other place in town that remains unexplored?
Whale checked all the buildings, right?
Rail checked the buildings and he let you know that there was valuables to salvage, but he didn't tell you what they were. But he has searched all of the buildings in town as per instruction.
There's some trinkets in the rest of the buildings. We could check through that. Otherwise, we could move on.
Every minute we linger in this town is a moment that beast could wake up.
Given that they tend to hunt in packs, I'm a little concerned by the fact that we found one on its own sleeping.
Well, if all the other buildings are devoid of this creature, then, well, perhaps it is on its own, or the others are absent. Either way, I don't think we should just leave potential gains behind. Think of the prosperity we could bring back.
If it is a sort of dog, then we should definitely be on our guard. Who knows, they may be traveling in packs, and the last thing we need is to run into them.
It could alert more if it discovers us.
Vazray would like to do an active perception check. Specifically to see if there are any corpses or skeletons nearby.
Okay, I'll let you do that roll, but given the fact that it is currently 2100 Eastern, we can take our standard bio break after the roll. 10 minutes.
I got a fucking 3.
You don't see shit, son.
Hell yeah, dude.
And with that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Okay.
Spectacular finish to the half. Well done, team.
Hell yeah.
Ad break.
Hell yeah, dude.
There's like... Oh no, I wrote that part on a separate piece of paper. Fuck. 6 or a 3 or something like that.
That's all I think it is. I think it's some sort
See
of
any
like
bodies or
black
here in
furred
here?
wolf that they're
See any
probably...
bodies with my 18 passive?
You see any bodies with your 18 passive? You do see evidence of dead bodies as you look through the village, but it's not festooned like the massacre you guys had come across several days ago. It's more like the occasional skeleton that's like in a house or sort of crumpled the corner of a building, or like
No flesh remaining, just skeletons. So
Skeletons.
that level of okay, yeah. Well, then I'm not really bothered.
Yeah, like you find them in the long grass. You don't just see a pile of dead bodies somewhere.
All right. Well, I will gesture over to Rail and then instruct him to guide Carlos towards to the various trinkets and stuff.
The various trinkets and stuff. Yeah. Okay. So, Carlos,
Yes.
there are 10 other houses, buildings that Rail will lead you through.
Copy.
And in the first of 10 houses, Rail leads you in, and like basically walks you up and points to all of these things. Comes in like goes in and announces each one to you in his little tinny robot voice. And he comes up to like a small coin purse, and he points at it and he says, "Monetary value, 16 copper pieces." And then he moves over to like a shelf. "Sustenance, preserve, honey." Then he moves over and he holds up like a small velvet pouch with a series of paintbrushes, and he says, "Artisanal equipment, worth, money, possibly 5 gold." And then he holds up like an old dusty map and he says, "Local geographic evidence." And he just holds it to you.
Okay.
Finn wants to climb onto the roof and keep watch on just a random building.
Vazray just simply stares at this mechanical creature with
Are you
just
following-
confusion.
Are you
following
following?
Carlos around? Because he's basically like taking Carlos on a guided tour of all the things that he identified as valuable.
I'd go with Carlos if possible. Vin, I don't know what Vin wants to do.
Oh, hell yeah. I think Rail
can
is the
climb
same
the roof.
size as Vazrai as
Yes,
well.
he is small.
I am 2'5".
I didn't assign an actual height to him, but he is a small creature.
He's approximately small.
Question.
Yes.
Are you keeping track of everything you're listing, or do I need to write it down?
I'll write it on a little list as I go
Okay.
along. That will... Oh, I have an empty one right here. Fuck, that's easy. Hell yeah.
What do you say, artisanal tools or something?
Artisanal tools, yes.
What kind of
paintbrushes.
artisanal tools?
Some fine sable-haired paintbrushes.
Is that something that's rare on the island?
Nobody brought paintbrushes with them.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take everything he's offering. Why not?
Okay.
When he shows the map, what does it look like? A map of the island, or is it smaller scale?
Does not look like a map of the island. Actually, no. Roll survival.
Okay, I can do that.
If it is any interest to you, Carlos, I have an ink bottle and ink pen.
Outstanding.
2 of each. Not that I need them.
Do this too, why not? Before I lose it. 16 plus 6 is 22.
You can positively identify that this map is of a place that you can recognize based off of the topographical features that you would find on a medieval map. That it is actually of this island to a certain degree, except it was made of this landmass like before it would have come here to this new realm.
Okay. So this was before, so this is the old map of the old land before the cataclysm.
Yeah, it's bigger. You can identify like like the terrain features, but you can definitely tell that this is like the island as it currently is. The small amount that you have explored, you know that it once was part of a larger landmass similar to. Well, actually, you have never encountered something that would lead you to believe it was like home, so you don't get that player knowledge.
Okay.
But yeah, this is definitely like this place. This map used to be of this place, but when this place was somewhere else.
Very interesting. Yes, I'll hold on to that.
Okay. Okay, but that's it for this little house.
All right, on to the next one.
Okay, the next one he leads you in. He leads you to a small chest, like a footlocker type of chest, in one of the fishing huts. And inside the footlocker, he identifies to you by pointing once again. Small, velvet-lined chest. And then the next thing he points at, he says, collection of written works. And it just seems to be a small stack of papers that have been folded into squares.
And this is inside the chest?
This is inside the chest. And then he points at a small wooden bowl containing some silver pieces, and he points at it and says, monetary value, 6 silver pieces.
All right, I love it. I want to take one of the folded papers and look at it.
Yeah, it appears to be a letter addressed from somebody named Mrs. Madonahue.
What?
To a Mr. Krieg. And it is written in common. And it is possibly one of the raunchiest love letters you've ever read.
Oh my.
What did you find, Carlos?
Carlos wordlessly hands her the paper.
She looks at the paper, her eyes widen for a second, and she covers her eyes. Bahamut, forgive me. And hands back the paper.
Mr. Krieg is loved.
Are these all letters to him, to Mr. Krieg?
Oh yeah.
I just leaf through them very quickly just to see who they're addressed to, and it's all to Mr. Krieg.
All from Miss Madonahue, addressed to Mr. Krieg, the handsomest harpoon thrower this side of the gloomy shoals, and all of the things that she would do to him whenever he visits her next.
I wonder if Khutula would enjoy this kind of reading.
Some poetry for you.
Vasri just looks just kind of confused at Carlos. Do you think the Godkin would actually like this?
I'm not sure. Ooh.
I mean, if anything, regardless, we should take it with us for just evidence of what locals could have been here.
Sure. I'm sure that's exactly why you want us to hold on to it, Miss Vazrai.
She squints at him.
Wow.
Carlos smirks.
We should continue looking for valuables and not getting stuck in our heads.
Right. on to the next thing.
Are you gonna look in the small velvet-lined chest?
Oh yes,
Small
I forgot
velvet-lined
about that.
box.
Yeah, I'll open that.
Okay. Inside of this velvet-lined, very lovely little box, which is made out of a polished, dark red hardwood of some sort, lies, very lovingly folded, some lacy undergarments. They are mother of pearl white, and there's a small note that is written in a different kind of handwriting from the love letters, and it says, "To the woman who forever captured my heart."
It seems that he never had the chance to give this to her. How sad.
Vazray just blankly stares at Garlos, just holding this.
What did she take then to look?
I don't know. Did he like pull it out and just show it or something?
I mean, he's like holding the chest open and opened the chest, and if you looked, you'd be able to see it.
Then yeah, she would have. Looked. Is there anything else aside from the laced underwear?
Nothing in this house.
This must have been a clothes chest of some sort.
I think this was a gift to his lover.
I suppose it is an interesting gift.
Indeed. Perhaps Vin would like to give it to his wife.
I'm not so sure about that.
You don't know how they are. I'll take the box and I'll offer it to him.
For God's sake. And she takes out an empty pouch, just one that she had spare, and just gives it to Carlos. If you're going to be putting it anywhere, put it in here. She just hands him an empty leather pouch.
But the box is such fine craftsmanship. I'd hate to... Oh, I guess it would protect the box. Close the box and put it in a sack and hold on to it.
Yeah. If Carlos wants to hold on to it, it can. Otherwise, I can. I don't really care.
Does Vazrai want to hold on to it?
So long as it's just we're moving along, like she doesn't really care who's holding it.
The village must grow.
Dear Lord.
Onward. Carlos will hold on to it, I suppose.
Okay, you have the pouch. All
I
right.
have the box.
Okay, so the next house Rael leads you into, he filters, sort of like wipes away some cluttered junk, and identifies a small steel mirror as a beautician's assistant accessory. And then he finds you 21 silver pieces of monetary value.
Outstanding.
And he, last but not least, identifies a smoking pipe plus narcotic consumable substance inside a leather pouch. A sealed leather.
Oh, is it tobacco?
Yes.
Aha.
Yeah, it's just pipe tobacco with a smoking.
How nice is the pipe?
It's a pretty nice little pipe. It's been weather resistant side, however you would like wax the wood or something like that. It's got little ringlets of inlaid brass and some small carvings in the stem of the pipe, make it look like seaweed flowing.
Seaweed flowing.
I understand that there is many of these things that we can find. At least it's not raunchy letters or underwear. I'm more concerned about where the fact the corpses and skeletons of this place are, unless the people that were here have moved along.
They probably died when this land came here. I don't know.
But if they died here, where are their bodies?
Eaten, perhaps? I'm sure there's still scavengers in the area.
For how long, I wonder?
Hard to say who got here first. Us or them. But either way, let's get going. Was there anything else in the house?
That's it in this house.
Awesome.
The other few houses, he identifies a few coins, a glass sphere, a deck of playing cards. Nothing like out of the ordinary, just normal household items. At this point in time, he's like showing you things that haven't deteriorated to a point of uselessness or are still identifiable common household items. Like he proudly holds up a set of rusted cutlery as nutrient intake devices, damaged. And in the ninth house, looks more like a schoolhouse. You see a couple of small wooden desks and a lectern with chalk and a pair of very, very delicate silvered spectacles. Themselves are made of silver, and the glass looks like it's made of some sort of a crystal. Very, very expensive-looking spectacles.
Oh, interesting. I peer through them. How strong would you say the prescription is?
It hurts your eyes to look through them.
So it's like everything's like super blurry.
Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm nearsighted.
So it looks like you're looking through a prescription for somebody who's very nearsighted.
Okay, so it's like, oh yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's so fucking yeah. All right.
Well,
Focused.
Bazra gives
Whoever-
a smirk when he looks through the glasses, sees how it distorts his eyes. The last
I would
time
probably-
I've seen anybody do that was the dwarves.
See, so if these are for nearsighted, I think that would make my eyes look tiny through the glasses.
Yes.
More than likely, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, whoever had these had terrible eyesight. Well, maybe someone back on the island could do for some. I don't believe that we have anyone that could make something like this.
I don't think there's anything that I could do with it, but maybe somebody will be able to do something with it.
Perhaps it will help somebody. Anyway, are there any books in this schoolhouse?
There are a number of books, but they are all destroyed or decayed to a point of being nothing more than book weights, I guess, paperweights.
So I basically like open one, it would immediately just start
Paperweights or
either, like-
burnable fuel.
So I'd open one and immediately just start just falling apart in my hands.
Even if you found pages where the writing was legible, they've been like 3/4 eaten by something using it for like insulation in their nest.
Children of Archeon have destroyed this place. There's so much potential here.
Ooh. I'd rack it up more to bugs, but each their own.
If the shadow is here, then I wonder if that dragon that was in my head when we were in the abyss is responsible for this.
Oh, well, isn't he on another plane? I don't know.
That's what I fear, is if he somehow had escaped and come here.
Well,
Hard to say.
no need worrying about it until we find out for sure. Is this the last house?
No, as I had mentioned, it was the 9th house. The 10th house, a little bit more interesting stuff.
Ooh, let's take a look,
How
shall
many
we?
houses are there?
The last one.
Last
Last
one, okay.
Yeah, there were like 10 little cottage-sized buildings. Well, 11. There's a 12th one that is entirely just foundation and doesn't actually have any walls or a roof. So you can look in that. You looked in that basically just by walking past it, and you could see that there's nothing but roof. So we don't count that building. But the 10th building appears to be where the lawman or whoever was responsible for the safety of the villagers made his domicile. In this building, it is actually the only building that has 2 rooms to it. Oh my god! Wow, this must have been a pretty important place. Anyways, in the first room, there was a long, or once was a long, would have been about the size of a picnic table-esque table, and it is entirely smashed. There's a skeleton of someone or something lying in the middle of the smashed table, almost as if it had been forcefully deposited on the table and it smashed because of that deposit. The skeleton is adorned in chainmail, and there is a sword there's a sword lying nearby with a shield, well, the remnants of a shield that has been shattered to pieces. There is a series of 3 empty crates lining the western wall of this first room in this special cottage. And each of those contain, all three of those are contained with an icon that is not the same as the icon that you found on the other ship. Sorry, on the shipwreck. And that looks like this one is the should be. Ew, it's a web P. Fuck.
Got him.
God damn.
Never
keep doing
trust a web P user, dude.
God damn.
They can't keep doing this to me.
You've been baited. Again.
Again. Oh, this was actually the right picture too.
Oh, that's
Russell's might be
neat.
copy image. Let's do it like that. Works anyways. There you go. So this icon, which has been placed in Nicene Vagabonds, is inscribed on the crates.
And they're empty?
They're empty, but I'll get you to roll me investigation as you look at these crates. As
Okay.
the interiors of them are not just empty. Empty.
Investigation, I roll a 17.
17. So you can tell, based on the interior design of these crates, that they were once used to house weapons.
Oh.
It looks like they housed weapons such as, like, similar to crossbows. And the way you are able to identify this is based on the structure of what looks like a rack system that was built into the crate as sort of like framework to keep whatever was in here from shifting during transport.
Interesting. These people were armed at one point. Carlos would also look at the skeleton, so I'll roll nature to determine what it was.
Yeah. As a further sort of descriptor of the interior, the second room is barred by a metal door, like a metal rail bar door, like a prison door. And it is locked. 11 nature, 5 nature. To the best of your combined understanding of physiology, you believe that this is human.
Interesting. The
Worthless
weapon.
humans.
The weapon that he has, is it anything special?
It's a short sword.
Just
It's rusty
steel
now.
or iron or something.
Yeah, just it's a steel sword that's rusted to the elements. It is
Worthless. Very well.
Nothing special to it, just a sword.
All right. Well, I'm going to go look at that door. You said it looked like kind of like a prison, like you said it was barred, and it was almost like for a prison cell or something. Is there any windows on it anywhere?
It effectively is a window. It's a bar, like a bar door, like it's
bars. Okay,
bars, as in
vertical and horizontal bars.
Yeah, you can look through it. It is as if looking through a window, yet it is as impassable as a door that is closed. Ooh, magic. Inside it is quite gloomy and dark, as if there are no windows. Not as if there are no windows on the other side, but I'll get you to roll me a perception to look around, because I believe you have dark vision.
I do.
Bazrai has dark vision too. If she wants to Google her eyes.
Nat 20. Holy shit.
I just rolled 30.
Nice. See what Vazray sees.
Not much.
A 6.
God damn it! You keep looking at your feet instead of up. Vazrai wants to look in the room. She closes her eyes and forgets to do the second
Carlos,
step
I
of blink.
can't see. Get out of the way.
Fucking get out of the door! It's too big!
You're too huge. Get out of the way.
My, Carlos, you're so
I
massive.
swear,
Okay,
you're as tall as Colonel Mac.
so minutes. Peleus, you show up. You show up in the last house as they're like looking through. Well, Carlos is looking through the door, and Vazrai is like trying to push him out of the way to see as well, or some such. So inside, Carlos, inside this room, you see another long picnic table with a map that has been strewn along the length of the table and stabbed in with old rusty nails to keep it actually latched to the table itself. You also see a number of crossbows and some quivers full of crossbow bolts that are lined up against the wall. There are 4 of them, and based off of the spacing in between them, you believe that there probably were 6 or 7, but they've been like taken up, so there's an empty space in the line. You also, other one thing that you
Also, just assume it's human.
You also see 3 dead bodies. Yeah, you concur, Peleus. It looks pretty human.
I missed the very first thing you said was in the room.
A long table with a map.
Okay.
A long table with another map, I should say. There are a line of crossbows that are perched against the wall with ammunition, and there are 3 dead bodies.
Oh, are they skeletons as well?
They are skeletons as well. There are one of them is wearing chainmail of a similar variety to the man in the room, or the skeleton that's currently in the room with you, and the other 2 are wearing. Oh, sorry, the other 2 aren't skeletons at all. They look.
The cadavers.
No, there's 1 cadaver, and then inside this second room that Carlos can see through the bars, and I'm sure he points it out to Vazrai. But he sees two things that look similar to constructs, not quite as crazy as Rail, who is still nearby, but still they are very, very obviously construct machines.
How curious.
We should go
busted and
nowhere near
collapsed.
those.
So you said the door was locked, right?
The door has a lock on it.
I tried the door.
It's locked.
Ah, darn.
It's like a
So-
padlock lock.
Why don't you
not
try
like
that
a...
key of yours?
I'm just getting to that, Vazrai. So yeah, he's gonna try the key.
It works. It fits.
Fits.
It fits.
It's not too big.
No. Perfect size.
Alright, I unlock the lock.
Okay. It turns just fine. It opens just fine. The lock undoes itself in your hand, and the door just slowly begins to squeak open on rusty hinges.
I keep the lock and key. Could come in handy.
$29. God damn it, Peleus. Okay, Peleus, you identify this symbol as the.
I'm just double checking. You're keeping in mind that if it's something from within the last 120 years, I would not be able to know it.
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
But based on your high roll, there is a little bit of contextual history that you would have potentially been exposed to, and that's what I'm basing this off. So with the 29,
Okay.
You identify this as an icon of the fabled Boros Legion, who once upon a time, in sort of the later hours in the evening, Ragus was telling you a story about the Boros Legion, and that's how you know what the fist is, because he described it to you once after pounding back a shot or 2 more hooch than he normally does. And it's based on his story and description that you can recognize the Boros Legion symbol.
Ah. Very nice.
Yes.
I'll have to bring one back. Ask Ragus about it.
Hell yeah. Good old Ragus. Excuse me. So, you unlock the door, Carlos. It squeaks open.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Yeah, I'll
Nothing
take a
explodes.
step. Okay. I'll take a like a cautionary step inside.
Okay, you take 1 cautionary step inside. Nothing explodes.
Oh, good. Thank God. I was worried for a minute there. So I'd like to go take a look at the. What would I look at first? Probably the crossbows.
Yeah. I'm assuming the other two of you are like the both of you are more than capable of filing in as well. Okay, so you're gonna go take a look at the crossbows. The crossbows are. Carlos has seen a crossbow before. He doesn't have to make a roll for it. It doesn't just look like a crossbow, but yeah, exactly. But they're. You can tell that their mechanical function is much more elaborate than the comparatively simple crossbow that you're holding on to. They have pulleys and gears, and the crossbow string itself is not actually a string. It's made of like wire.
Is it the heavy crossbow?
I mean,
Or is it just
it is a heavy crossbow. Yes.
Like weaponized, because there's like light, regular,
No,
and heavy.
weapon stats wise, it is a heavy crossbow. Yes.
Jeez.
But it is the concept of it is that it's a fancier looking heavy crossbow. Fancy looking crossbow, but big.
Very interesting. These and they don't look like weathered by time or anything.
Well, they're dusty. There's cobwebs on them. But aside from that, they're not obviously disrepair. There's no string snap. There's no pieces broken. The limbs are still attached. Like they just look like they've been sitting perched against this wall for a while.
Too big for me, but I'm sure some people could put these to use. Their craftsmanship is quite exquisite.
Are you sure it's of any value?
Look at these things. They're amazing.
She looks at the crossbow, which is probably too big for her.
You said you're 2.5 feet tall?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're taller than you are. These are These are just shy of 3.25 feet. So
Carlos, this is basically a ballista.
Yeah, it's a kobold ballista.
It's a kobold ballista. This is a crew-served weapon for kobolds. Just fucking.
It's a crew-served weapon for kobolds the same way the M249 is a crew-served weapon for 6-year-olds.
Exactly.
Whatever it is that you're planning, that's good, but I much prefer my bow.
Well, I'm not saying they're for us, but those larger among us, they could definitely put these to use. We can't make anything like this now. They're basically artifacts.
I'd say that probably should be up to debate with Lord Cairona and our elf friend.
You've never seen something this advanced in Migranland, Carlos.
This is beyond, even back home, before the Cataclysm. I've never seen anything like this. Would be. I don't even know how.
You finish.
Then, if you think there is value, we should take this out with us and leave.
Yeah, so definitely take them. At least, yes.
Given how much you're hyping it up, Peleus would come over from the map and have a look and would like to inspect it too.
No, they're mine. Carlos pushes them away. Not early.
Yes, and if you'd like to see if the other skeleton is human, you can do that too. I was going to type it out, but when you were examining the map, you noticed that it is an accurate depiction of the island in its current state. So if
I will just do a quick nature roll for the skeletons. 22.
It's human.
Alright. Yep. Oh, and then I would like to compare the craftsmanship of this heavy crossbow compared to something I would know from Morwen.
Okay, I'll get you to roll history for that one.
17.
The artisans of Morwen, while they do create fantastical things, this does not bear resemblance to their craftsmanship. Oh, sorry, these guys go over.
Would you say it's greater or lesser than?
Different.
Different.
So the artisans.
From what I can tell, different.
Morwen, the craftsman of Morrowind, given its natural inclination towards magical things, basically any improvements, any advancements was made through the realms of artificers. So like a Morrowind heavy crossbow would be something that was like you're basically firing enchanted arrows at people. It's less to do with the crossbow itself and has more to do with like the actual piece of equipment enhances the ammunition that you're firing through its own magical properties that are imbued in it by artificers.
Nice.
All right.
So this one is not magically enhanced as the Morrowind craftsman would make it. This is more
but on a
mechanically
similar
designed.
level of
Like he'd recognize it as being like, wow, this is good shit.
You would look at that and you'd be like, yeah, that's high tech. Like if anything to you from your history, from your actual like character's history, this would look like something that was probably made by like dwarf and gnomes working together. The gears of gnomes and the general craftsmanship of dwarves.
Would the craftsmanship of this remind me of like the Suncaster?
The craftsmanship of this would absolutely not remind you of the Suncaster. Essentially, you're looking at what looks like an AK-47, and the Suncaster was like a Ross rifle from World War II.
Jesus.
In terms of the
Technical
craftsmanship,
finesse,
like the Suncaster was very much an experimental thing. That the two guys at the forge, they were like, holy fuck, we made it and it works! Oh my god!
And this is like mass produced, like nice shit.
Mass-produced.
Okay.
I mean,
yes, we should. This is
dwarven or gnomish or both in make.
it's definitely the most expensive thing that we found so far. Most valuable.
As a dwarven of nature, then consider me interested.
Certainly.
I'm not
Complex
certain,
enough.
but it looks in that vein.
All right, we'll have to take those. Then Carlos would go and he'd check the maps next.
Yes.
Are they like?
It's the currentness of the island.
It's one big ass map that spans the length of the table, and it is essentially not a one-to-one replica, but it is a replica of the map that you actually see before you hear. Except it has like, well, it has more markings, more stuff on it, as the same way you guys would have made your own map of Sanctuary Island and filled in your own points of interest.
We should take that with us. It'll help with our exploration.
I guess after that he'd look at the constructs.
Yes. Who else wants to look at the constructs for the sake of multiple rolls all occurring at once?
Yes.
Considering there is mention of what might be something dwarvish, Vazray will take interest.
Okay, so for Peleus and Peleus alone, Peleus can decide whether or not he wants to use history or investigation. The other two are going to have to use investigation. Based on Peleus's origins from Morrowind, where they actually had constructs.
No worries.
Roll-wise, it wouldn't make a difference in number. Would it make a difference in the response?
No.
Like,
well,
okay.
it's sort of, but I was going to flavor the response to whatever role you chose
Okay.
anyways.
I would probably go investigation and then compare it to what I know.
Yes.
Whoops, nope. That's 15.
15. Wow, Vazray, you're good. So, Vazray, you are aware that these are advanced creations, or creations of advanced technique and craftsmanship.
Are they dwarven in style and nature?
Dwarven in style and nature. That's a really good question. Vazray can roll history on that one, because history covers that realm quite handily. For Carlos and they don't look dwarven. For Carlos and Peleus, these constructs are not as advanced as what Morrowind creates. Whether Vazra, I'm going to loop you in on this for everything you can understand. I'll give you a little bit more advanced shit. But between Carlos and Peleus, whose understanding would be based off of Morrowind constructs, it's like comparing a diesel engine car to a car that is run by like the Flintstones. Their framework is the same. The externals are the external appendages and all that kind of stuff is the same. The principle of design for the structure and the skeleton are the same. The internals are different. This is more basic. This is not using elemental magic. This is not using any kind of arcane artifice. These things were created similar to the mechanisms of these crossbow. Like they were made by craftsmen's hands. There's no light of magic in them.
She slowly starts to find that there is little use to continue looking more at the constructs.
Were they damaged?
Yeah, they're destroyed.
Okay, so they're
visibly destroyed.
Huh?
They're as I said, there were 3 bodies. Like when you guys went in, like it's a man and two of these machines that have been ripped apart. Not ripped apart, but they've been destroyed. Yeah, the skeleton of the man obviously does not betray the gore of which would have killed him, but there is a very, very prominent. The front armor of these units has been ripped and torn open. Now, Vazarai, the context that you bring in with it, with your really good ability to investigate these machines, is these look like they were specifically built and designed for battle, for combat.
Guardianship.
Their thick armor plating, as well as a lot of like components that you notice inside the framework of the arms, would augment their ability to fight.
Would have been a formidable opponent. However, considering what she's seen with Rail so far, she's starting to wonder the effectiveness of these things.
Rail looks like the R2D2 to the Boston Dynamics, like the little dog spot bot.
Rail is more advanced.
Much more advanced. It even looks like it's standing in the room with you, and you can look at it. And again, with the car comparison, like he looks like a modern day car, and that thing looks like the first car ever made.
Model T.
Not quite that. Not quite
leave these
that
be.
simple, but yeah, it's.
That's all she says is, should leave these be. These things were made for battle once. However, they do not seem to be. They seem to be inert now.
I don't think we have anyone that could repair these, and even if we did, there's no telling what they would do if awoken.
Never mind this. I have more concern about those dogs, if there's more of them. We need to consider taking what we have and going back to the ship.
Seems, well, I'd like to, let me look at the map. Are there any any other towns that were nearby where we are now?
There is the other one that's northeast of here that I have interest in.
Yeah, that's marked on the map.
But
another settlement needs your help. Yeah.
Aside from that, is there anything else nearby on this particular island?
Yes. I'm going to mark them in yellow, as the marks themselves are just little drawings. There's one there. One there. For next session, the islands will be brought up to their proper markings and positions, more than just dots.
We're mostly. Oh, okay.
There's a mark there. I know you're looking for villages and such. These are.
No, I was more. What Chill was saying, he was more concerned about this island.
Okay. I'm gonna mark them
Yeah.
all anyways.
Mark
You
them all
can
anyways.
you can
but-
start actioning this
Okay,
intel
so
while I
this
go
is
about it.
all. This is all that is marked on this map.
On that
On the
island,
map
yes.
on this island. Yes. Okay. So the closest two would be this one and this one.
I say we take the ship and head this direction, and we might be able to.
We could
the
probably
ship
we could
around.
just we could sail around and then hit these two.
It'd be safer than trudging through the wilderness with if there's more dogs. So
That is true. Yes, let's take what we have gotten so far, which is mostly trinkets, but these crossbows definitely, yes.
may say one prayer before we leave, though.
Do as you will.
Vazray, unless she's needed for anything, is going to go ahead and walk outside. And she is going to, with her right hand, pull out the symbol of Bahamut, the holy symbol, and present it into the air for a moment and saying a small prayer. Mostly for the souls here of this village, wherever they have gone now.
Hell yeah.
And then once that is done, she is going to go ahead and see about having everybody board the skiff.
All right.
I would take, or rather, I would break off like a piece with the mark, or if the mark can be removed separately for the crate, I would take that with me.
You can effectively just straight off unbolt the lid and take the lid with you if you really wanted to be lazy about it. But yeah, you could also go through the effort of like cutting out the section of crate where the.
Oh, if I can just unbolt the lid, then I'll do that. Because I want to carry the entire crate. I just want the symbol to show Ragus.
Perfect. You can do that, and you do. Vinshenzo, you've been quiet for a little while, which makes me believe that you might not be here in the village with them anymore.
I'm
He's been on the
here.
roof.
I've been on watch.
You've been on watch. Okay. Well, nothing is stirred that would cause you to passively become actively alert.
Hell yeah, dude.
It is around noontime now. And Vinshenzo, you see your companions are exiting the last of the buildings and making their way towards the skiff.
Hell yeah.
Do you have that list ready of all the stuff that was in the houses?
Yep.
Or
Sorry,
okay.
I got
No worries.
excited and carried away. It'll be a little notepad. I'll pass it off to you soon.
Hell yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll wait to get on the ship before I do what I'm gonna do next. But once we get on the ship, I have a plan.
Awesome.
Hell yeah,
Okay.
dude.
Well, barring your own interventions on your own actions, there's nothing preventing you guys from boarding the skiff and getting back to the boat and finding Nephis and Ragus just hanging out on the boat. Not together, of course.
Well, Lord Cairona, we were able to find two things.
More than a couple things.
Yes. Would rather not want to speak about it, but since it is a gift that you wish to present, it might be worth considering.
That's right. You take the fun out of everything. You know that.
I disagree.
Vinshenzo shrugs. He says he hopes it was worth the risk that we took.
Perhaps you're just jealous, Vaz, right?
She says nothing more, just you can see that kind of just skin kind of crawl just thinking about it.
Anyway.
Must be a human thing.
Are we going back to the ship?
You're on the ship.
We're on the ship.
Okay.
They're going back. They've gone back.
I get
Back
on the
is
ship.
where they've gone.
Then we
You're on the ship.
sail onward, I would say, to this place.
Carlos mentioned that he had a plan that he
Yeah,
had
what-
to speak about as soon as he
Once
got
we're
back.
underway, I would talk with Vin, and I would pull out that nice hardwood box that's lined with velvet or whatever, and
Vazray wants to witness this.
here, Vin, here's something you can give your wife.
She holds a symbol of Bahamut in one hand, just in case. Just in her right hand.
Vin opens it. And looks at Carlos.
Yeah.
Carlos
Find
just
the
has a cheesy
underwear-
grin on his face.
The underwear and the raunchy letter.
No, I removed the letter.
Oh, okay.
Letters. There are many of them.
Yes, Mr. Carlos, it seems your kleptomania knows no bounds.
But Vin had only your interests at heart.
Yes, I'm glad you spent your time gallivanting around, making jokes while that creature was sleeping. Nearby.
You worry too much, Vin. Besides, we also got some other things of value.
And you put us at unneeded risk of danger. Too
When?
much.
I am unsure how much danger there truly was, but I was there.
It was a creature that the likes of none of us truly understood.
I was a sleeping dog.
Either way, it is left here with nothing of value to us.
Everything went fine. There's no need complaining about it now.
Vinshenzo gives the chest back to Carlos.
It seems that your gift was rejected.
He's just bitter.
No, but he does have a point on one thing.
And
I understand that you were human once. However, I will say this kleptomania suits your more kobold form of what people would mostly understand them to be.
Yes, Mr. Carlos, this disfigurement suits you greatly, it seems.
what would Vazrai think about that?
I would have to agree. It seems like it's doing him quite well.
So you don't mind that he just called Carlos being a kobold a disfigurement?
She isn't particularly crazy about you being a kobold either. However, she kind
Wow.
of thinks it as a sort
Oh.
of compliment, if anything, this time around. So
Get wrecked.
just kind of enjoying the little poke at his koboldness right now.
Neither of you are any fun. Carlos would leave.
We should continue on. Is there nobody to stop us from going to the next village?
Sorry, I'm typing something out for Peleus, which means I actually just get to say it now. Yeah, it took me longer to type than you guys had to speak. Fuck you.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
But that means now I get to talk like Ragus. So, he does identify the symbol that you have found as a symbol of the Boros Legion. And Ragus tells you, I gotta remember how I speak. Ragus says,
Ah, yes! The Boros Legion! They're stalwart defenders of Ravnica. Their righteousness and zeal is matched only by their unwavering discipline. Heroes all.
Oh no, we lost the Kardoc.
Kardoc didn't like that. He left.
Damn.
It's the storm.
Any idea why they would be out here?
Well, the soldiers of the Boros Legion were used as security on some of the ships that plied the seas ever since New Ravnica came to be. They started getting instituted in details as soon as we heard stories of survivors that had encountered monstrous things. The Boros Legion, they're the primary security of New Ravnica, and the Ravnica city plane itself before we had disconnected from it so violently. I believe that whatever the ship they were aboard, they were protecting it. And if you found a crate, which it seems as though you have, it's probably full of military equipment, was it not?
Is Vazray present for this?
That's where I can
This
choose
would be
to be
on the
present
deck.
if she chooses. Yeah. Well, yeah, he's making lunch for everybody, so he's like serving lunch and letting Peleus know what's going on.
I'd probably go and get food then.
Yeah. Club sandwiches.
She doesn't.
Oh, wow.
She just simply just looks away. It's like, oh yes, military equipment. Yes, of course. And so one could say that.
One could say that, yes. If you found crates of the Legion, I would say that's evidence of trade. Or perhaps maybe they washed up on shore?
They were found in the small village, fishing village, along with some rather rudimentary constructs.
Ah, yes, the constructs. They were built to augment the lacking numbers of the Boros Legion. As once New Ravnica came to be, they didn't have the manpower to keep everybody in order. I'm sure you could understand that there was mass starvation amongst the people and a shortage of supplies. The Boros Legion didn't have enough manpower to keep everybody safe from harming each other. So they had constructs of various types and sizes constructed to help aid in their defense.
It's very unusual.
Unusual? Ah, where I came from, they're dime a dozen. Of course, not as sophisticated as the military models, the civilian side, and service models are a little more rudimentary. Oftentimes I found it was a lot easier for me to do my prep work myself instead of letting those damn machines try and chop all the onions. They'd have understood the difference between cubed, sliced, and diced. Could you imagine such a chaotic mess in the kitchens?
I don't think I can.
No, it's unimaginable.
He seems to be angry at this memory. He calms himself down after a moment. He says,
But I don't have to deal with that mess anymore. Not on this ship. And not in your fine tavern.
Do I want to ask anything else?
If any constructs existed something like this, I would imagine that the dwarves that we knew would have something like this, but even then, I don't recall much of them.
Well, I don't know if any dwarves were directly responsible, but I do know that great crafts of science were made in our own research labs in New Ravnica. When I left, they were trying to create new models, new different types of machinery to try and deal with the unexpected challenges of this new world we find ourselves in. Of course, I don't know how that turned out because I'm here and not there.
Perhaps we can go there one day.
Oh, it's quite a sight to see, Master Peleus.
I unfortunately do not understand some of these words.
Which words are you describing?
These research labs, are they supposed to be some sort of something similar to what you'd have for like a mage's hall.
Well, we have those as well, but no, this is not quite that. I'm sure they...
Well, now I definitely want to go.
He like stumbles on his words.
To be honest, Miss Pinefall, I don't think I've ever been inside. I don't know what they do. I just know that all of the wonderful inventions that I see around me are usually results of their tinkering.
I see. Either way, the ones that we've found look like they were designed for combat, and I'd rather not find them looking at us if they decide to get angry.
Oh, they're quite safe as long as you're not registered as a foe. Of course,
I wonder if I would be considered a foe. I don't know very many. I'd question how many people would want to be friends with a kobold.
Same number of people that would want to be friends with a goblin.
And he chuckles.
She says nothing and keeps it in her head.
What she's thinking. That's bullshit. More people want to be friends with a kobold. You're a stinky goblin.
Nobody likes goblins, you piece of shit.
You're a barbarian.
Yeah.
Go back to your ghetto.
Are we near Ravnica now? I would ask Ragus.
I have absolutely no clue. I am a cook, not a sailor. The last ship I booked passage on, I didn't so much as even look at the map.
That's fair enough.
Cat trying to destroy my monitors. Good luck, everyone, Knight. Okay. I'm just gonna
Alias would grab lunch and then sit down to eat.
Fuck yeah. They're club sandwiches. They're really good. Or maybe they're not good, I don't know. But they're club sandwiches.
Hell yeah.
He made sure to pack all of his snacks. Okay. You guys sail. It takes several hours. It's about the end. It is the end of the day now. You sail onward into evening when you arrive in the rough location of where you would ask to sail. It is the sun is setting, and the eerie gloom cast by the great chaotic eye in the sky is beginning to dominate the light in the sky.
Should probably sleep for the night. Investigate this town during the day.
Ooh.
If there are these shadowy beasts, then I must agree.
So you're gonna rest for the night. Vin, are you on board with that, or are you off board?
Yeah, I'll rest for the night.
Rest for. All right. Peleus, you good with that too?
Yeah, I will be awake for the first 4 hours of their sleep, because elf.
For the sake of it, because we have 2 elves, are both of you going to be dominating the night watch, or what's the plan for sentry duty?
I will keep watch for
up to
4
Vinshenzo.
hours.
Okay, so we'll do Vin on duty first. She's going to roll perception to see and hear what he sees while on watch. First 4 hours of the night.
Okay. 24.
Hell yeah. Let me just... Throughout the night, throughout your 4 hours of watch, actually, Peleus, roll me perception as well for your watch while I'm explaining it. So throughout your watch, Vinshenzo, you hear ghoulish and otherworldly cries in the distance, sort of echoing off the water distant.
From the
From all around
island,
you.
or?
From north and south. You hear these cries and calls, predatory animals, sort of that.
Did we
that
sail
call and
around?
response pack. Yeah.
I thought we were checking out this
I thought
town
we were going
first.
here, yeah.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry. When I looked at a thing, I saw all the way over here. My apologize entirely. So we're gonna pretend that none of that actually happened. That doesn't take anywhere near that much time. It takes about an hour of sailing to get to the bay where you're next to that village.
Wow.
And now you're there. So it's not actually the end of the day. It's mid-afternoon.
Should be afternoon, yeah.
Yeah, early to mid-afternoon.
Well, in that case, we have some time.
We got some time to kill.
It takes an hour.
Takes about an hour, yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll take a short rest and arcane recovery.
Awesome. You
I'm
rest
going to
shortly.
get ready to go on the skiff to make landfall.
All right. And
I get on
who
the
is not
skiff.
boarding? Deadly. Because
Do
you
we
found
see anything danger? Can I attempt to roll perception to see if there's anything visible moving there?
yes,
on the boat?
Nephis has put you guys to within a half mile of the coast again.
All right.
I'm rolling all of the ones this session. That's like the 5th one.
That's a 9. I don't see shit, I assume.
Looks clear to me.
All right. Well, in that case, I will take Rail with me.
Awesome. Rail happily accompanies you on board the skiff. He's ready to catalog, identify, and otherwise assist with research. As per protocol. Is anybody not boarding the skiff?
I board the skiff.
Vazraid
Okay.
boards the skiff.
Hear nothing in the negative, which means you guys get on board the skiff.
Yes.
You row out to the village, and you make it to the village.
Do I need a row or no?
I don't know. Do you want to row? I mean,
I'm
Vin's
not
not rowing, that's
rowing.
for sure.
I meant roll.
Apelius is not
sorry.
rowing either.
Okay, it looks like Vazrai's at it again. Give me that- give me that
Carlos will
wisdom.
help.
I think Rail could help, but
Thank
you know, also
Rail can.
small.
Vazrai can take one oar, Carlos can take the other.
All right, let's do it. A roll with advantage.
Yeah, as if you were receiving help. Wow. I was really hoping you would roll low so I could describe Carlos and Vazrai
17.
paddling in the wrong direction. 17, you guys make it to shore just fine. You run the skip up once more on the gravelly shore of this brand new, totally not the same fishing village. No, I'm just
The same map
yeah.
down.
You had the same map. Wow. You guys had structure.
My God, it's like the abyss all over again.
Come
Never
across
gonna
3
escape
goats and a
this hell.
teapot. Yes. So you reach the shore. You are at the shore.
How many buildings are here?
Ruined ones. Same concept, not the same layout. This one's
Okay.
a little bit bigger. Buildings are a little bit more spread out because of the nature of the terrain. It's a little bit more swampy, so there's buildings are farther apart. They're all in states of disrepair. Skeletons, fucking predators that scamper off when you guys show up. All the same sort of works. This is an absolute ruin of a town. Not
We should
town,
be wary
village.
of more of those dogs, whatever it is that you guys saw.
Yes, we'll definitely keep an eye out.
Perhaps you want me to stand in the middle of town while you guys check buildings?
Sure, why not? That way you can keep an eye out.
I
Helen.
will try my best.
Finn will keep watch.
Finn.
Do we want to split up?
Yes.
Nothing ever goes wrong when you split the party.
Well, I'll go to one end of the village then with Rail.
Finn
Sure.
keeps watch
Start
from a
looking.
rooftop with Rabbit.
Well, if he's gonna split off, I'll have Vazrai come with me if she's fine with that.
Yeah, I have absolutely no issue with it.
All right. We go to the other side of the village.
All right, we're at the other side of the village.
Yeah, DM, what now? Does it
Okay.
explode?
No explosions this time. Not yet. Don't worry. It'll happen soon. Eventually, that answer will be yes, and you'll be very surprised.
I will be.
Oh, I would.
Shield.
I will. I will roll perception as I walk over to the furthest house.
Fuck yeah. Are you assigning Rail any tasks, or are you just letting him sort of trail behind you for now?
For now, he's following me. When we get to the house, I'll probably assign him a duty.
For sure. I will,
Oh. Yeah. $21.
21. Perception.
Yes.
Looking for danger.
Looking for danger or well, really just looking for danger. More dogs, there's more dogs, but danger first.
Definitely don't see more dogs. What you do see is a dead body slumped sort of inside one of the cottages, but like just sort of inside the doorway. So you see it as you're walking through, doors open. It's just a body, and it's like slumped up against a table. But unlike every body you've seen on this island so far that is not mammalian, it seems kind of fresh. The skin's still on it. I'm not talking about like, oh, it's been dead for a couple of weeks, the skin's still there. I mean, like, it looks like a dead person, not months dead. Freshly dead. Recently
Freshly dead.
not decayed or decomposed, dead.
Well, I will check that house first, then, instead of moving to the house I was on my way to.
Okay, you veer towards the house and you go check it out. Oh my.
Oops, sorry, disregard.
Disregarding. All right, so as you approach, how are you approaching this? Give me sort of an understanding as to how you're entering into investigating this place.
Honestly, just kind of slowly walking, looking around. Like, I'm not actively trying to sneak, but I'm not moving fast either.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping my head on a swivel and, looking to see if there's any danger in the house before I go in.
All right, so you roll me another perception check, just in looking in through the house, doing all that you just said.
Come on! Stop being cursed! That's a 9.
A 9. You see no other signs of danger.
I walk in to check the corpse, and I would like to do a medicine check to see if I can determine how long it has been dead and what killed it.
Okay. As you lean in towards the corpse to conduct your investigation, its eyes open. Its mouth opens, and it lets out a blood-curdling scream. And as it screams, from its throat comes swarms of maggots and little, like, spurting fountains of, like, almost blackish blood clot.
Can I take a
Grossness.
non-reaction as a reaction to this?
Yeah.
I would use a bonus action to start like step 30 feet backwards in astonishment, and
Okay.
just what the actual fuck.
Hell yeah.
Do Carlos and Vazray hear this?
What you hear is the sound something would make while it is simultaneously projectile vomiting and screaming at the top of its lungs.
So we hear it from like the other side of town.
Yeah.
Copy.
Uh-oh.
I exchange a glance with Vazrai, then start running over that way.
Yeah, she starts sprinting with him to figure out what the
Taking
hell
a
is going
second
on.
to basically recover from the what the actual fuck.
Uh-huh.
I tell Rail to get behind me.
He obeys post haste.
I will just stand back and wait to see what happens, ready to cast an offensive spell if necessary.
All right.
Do Vasray and Carlos make it over there in time?
No, you got minutes of running.
Minutes. How big is this town?
What the fuck?
How
This place sounded like
he went?
a tiny.
Yeah, I told you that the buildings were farther separated in the other
okay.
town,
Oh.
and you also said that you were going to like one entire other side of town, while
Yeah.
Peleus was going to the other entire.
Gotta
side. I'm
move our
not saying
tiny
you got
legs,
like.
Carlos.
I'm not saying you have 10 minutes of running, but even 2 minutes of running at combat pace is 20 turns.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
So, I say minutes dramatically because if he actually gets into a fight, you guys are gonna be a while. Oh, good, Vinshenzo, you're back. What's your passive perception? I know I could have seen this, but I
A
need
lot.
you to be here when I ask this question.
Wait, no, it's Nephis that has a lot.
Yeah. Okay. 15. So as you
15
are
is a
keeping
lot.
watch, Vinshenzo, you spy out of the corner of your beady little eyes what looks like an old elf lingering near the outskirts of the village.
Oh.
He is, based off of our relative directions in which people ran, you're roughly sort of near the center of the village, able to keep a pretty good eye on everything because you're on watch. Carlos and Vazrai are in the right side, reference you, and Peleus and his little servitor are on the left side, relative to you. This old elf you see on the other side of the string of buildings, sort of in front of you, so effectively to your.
Has he been there the whole time, or has he just wandered in?
As you were watching, after everybody sort of dispersed, you noticed him out of the corner of your eye, and sort of between all of the buildings, you saw him wander into view and wander out of without his quick.
Is he moving
like spotting a deer?
Towards the village, or is he moving at all, or is he stationary?
He's moving. He's not moving closer to the village or farther. He's just sort of like wandering around in the backfield type thing. You see him. He's
Aimless.
not aimless, but old man wandering. The best I got.
How far away is he from me?
He's a good 250 away from you.
I will dimension door to 20 feet in front of him
All right.
and say,
Cool.
A fair morrow to you.
Good.
Are you a resident
Because-
of this village?
Because you were BRB, you're not aware that something crazy just happened to Peleus. So I'm going to resolve this really quickly before I get into what
That's
you're about to
fine.
get into. I just wanted to let you know that that's something you saw. So, Peleus, this disgusting corpse just vomited while screaming at you at the top of its lungs, which is two things corpses by themselves should not be able to do on their own. It then contorts its limbs in that very impossible angles as it rises up onto its feet. And it jiggles towards the door leading outside towards you like a marionette.
Oh no.
Was this a human body?
It is the body of an elf.
Can I determine what kind of elf?
Because you are an elf, I will tell you that it is a high elf.
Okay.
Ooh.
Can I roll Arcana to determine what magic is doing this?
Sure, but the longer you hypothesize, the closer it gets.
How fast is it moving?
walking speed, but it's still jiggling like a marionette towards you.
So, standard walking speed?
Yeah,
Probably like 10 or 15.
yeah, your standard walking speed.
So it will be here in 6 seconds. Okay,
Effectively.
I cast Sacred Flame on it.
Okay. Explain to me. Oh, you have a card for it, don't you?
Should be a wisdom
yeah.
save. Well, actually, it might be a dex save, isn't it?
Target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d8 radiant damage. Ooh.
But as I am a 12th level wizard, it's 3d8 instead, and I got that for my race, and I get to pick what spellcasting ability it is based on too. So
Let me
that's
just...
a DC 18 dex save.
My god, Sacred Flame can actually hit something.
Okay, I kind of fucked up the way that was supposed to happen. That's totally okay, though. All right. You cast Sacred Flame on this thing, and it is going to make a dex saving throw, which it automatically fails. Roll damage.
Where are the d8s? There. It is d8s, right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I believe you said 3d8.
It takes 11 radiant damage.
Sorry, I'm chewing on a snack. Okay, so you cast your spell. This corpse is enshrined by the radiant light, the sacred flame that engulfs it. And as it hisses and shrieks while it is engulfed by this radiant flame, you can see boils popping, maggots wriggling out of any orifice that exists on this creature as it is engulfed and then immolates itself into a pile of bones and ash. Faint echoes of its scream seem impossibly to continue on even after its mouth is no longer capable of making a scream.
That's fucking nasty. Disgusting.
Yeah, you have about a minute and 54 seconds before the cavalry appear. If you want to stand there in shock for a minute, that's totally okay.
I will stand there in shock for a little bit, for a minute, and then start looking around to see if there's anything else like that nearby.
All right, I'll get you to roll me perception. Vazrai and Carlos, you witnessed this event as you were running up to Peleus. You saw it from a distance as you approached him. The corpse actually exited the building and was marionetting its way towards Peleus as he engulfed it in its sacred flames. So you witnessed the event.
What the hell is that?
You don't see any other fresh corpses that could potentially do the same crazy shit as in view. And I'm gonna swap over to Vinshenzo because Vinshenzo has found this old elf. Okay, sorry. You had said greetings to him as you popped out of nowhere.
Greetings.
He is incredibly shocked and taken aback at your sudden appearance, and he like scrambles backwards a couple steps and falls on his bum.
I hold my hands up and say, I mean you no harm, fair friend.
Where did you come from, Night Elf?
The ship.
This must be a dream. A ship? No ships come here for an age. Are you a figment of my imagination?
Vin holds up a finger to his chin and ponders this notion for a moment. No, I don't believe so, my friend.
You look quite lifelike. I must say, a real living soul.
Yes.
Yeah, he slowly stands up on ancient bones, what seems to take him an age, and he does not approach you. He looks at you quite skeptically. He doesn't say anything more than what he has just said, and he seems to be examining you with his eyes.
Pardon my manners. I may introduce myself. I'm Vinshenzo Cairona. Baron Vinshenzo Cairona.
Baron
Or
Vinshenzo Cairona.
Am I a king now?
Technically, I guess you're. What was your father-in-law's title in comparison to the matriarch? Did he have? I can't remember if I gave him a title or not. But basically, you would have that mantle. You're like
patriarch.
He's basically the first husband. You know, there's the president and like the first lady. She's the president and he's the first lady.
I introduced myself with that title.
First man.
I am first lady.
I'm the queen's husband. I'm not the king. I'm the queen's husband. I don't actually have any little official like. Yeah, you're her husband.
Probably the patriarch. King
No.
or patriarch.
There would be no king, no patriarch. He's literally husband of the queen.
Be consort to
of
the
the queen.
Yeah, consort
to
or
the matriarch.
I hesitate to say the word concubine. But Vinshenzo and his wife were actually properly betrothed. So you are husband to the queen.
Yeah,
That's your title.
that's my crybaby backstory.
You are Baron Vinshenzo Cairona, husband to Lady Amathray, Queen of Sanctuary Island.
That's how I introduced myself then.
Wow. I mean, you can fancify it yourself.
That's
I'm just
fancy enough for Vin.
fancy enough for Vin. So Walton,
And
sorry,
I
not
bow
Walton, the
while
old
I
elf.
say it.
The old elf scratches his chin, of which a small, a thin but quite lengthy white beard has sprouted.
A baron this
Wait,
time.
hold up. This is an elf, right?
Yes.
How does he have it? How does he have facial hair? Elves don't have facial hair.
Do they not?
No.
If it's a half elf, it probably will.
I didn't know elves couldn't have facial hair. This is something
No.
I've just learned today. So I guess
I learned that as I was making my character, and I was disappointed. I couldn't have my wizard beard.
then he's an old elf either way. He's still old. The point is that he's an old man. This man, old. Elf, old. The old elf scratches his chin.
Yeah, baron this time. Oh, you must be getting smarter. I will not fall for your tricks, though. No. I'll be on my way soon enough, and we'll meet each other on your next attempt, eh?
And he chuckles softly to himself as he regards you from that same sort of 20-foot safe distance.
Vinshenzo shrugs. What a strange person.
Well, I'd be calling you'd be calling yourself. I'd be calling you strange too if you had witnessed the possession of all your friends and family dancing around and screaming all night. Do you understand what that does to the mind?
Is that what
Of
happened
course you
here?
do. You've done it to me.
No. You insult me.
I insult you. You insult me.
And he puffs up his scrawny, bony little chest, and he puts his skinny little elf arms on his hips and says,
You cannot fool me, you rotten dibbuck. I know all your tricks. I've been here for months.
How did you come to be here?
I know which spell this is now.
"You sure?"
I'm a bit.
How did I come
I'm
to
pretty
be
sure.
here? I've always been here. I've never left. Well, I left a dozen summers ago for a banquet. It's not relevant to you, demon.
You said you've been here for months. How did you arrive here?
Months. I've always been here. I just said that.
Would you like to roll insight?
Okay. I mean, I don't think I really have to, but I understand. Okay, insight 16.
This man has clearly been alone a long time. He doesn't seem to be treating you as if you are actually a real person.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm trying really hard.
I believe
Excuse me.
you've lived too many years. You've become confused.
I'm still spry. I've got a spring in my step. You
Right.
won't get me anytime soon.
Are you hungry? I can feed you, old man.
Excuse me. Roll persuasion.
Come to reason. Persuasion. +9, 16.
Oh. Yeah, at the mention of food, he sort of stops mid-ramble because he's been trying to not talking over you, but he's been like mumbling at you to himself whenever you try and speak, and he abruptly stops.
Did you say food? What kind of?
He looks at you suspiciously.
I toss him a ration.
He picks up the ration as it bounces off of him, and he like stoops over and picks it up. His old man lack of reflexes, and he opens the wrapping, and as soon as he realizes it's an actual real ration, his eyes like,
It's food. It's real food. Oh, bread, cheese. Such luxuries, I'm fit to live like a king. Oh, thank you, stranger. Thank you.
Now tell me what happened here.
Oh, what happened here? It's happened everywhere.
he like comes towards you cautiously.
Are you sure you're not a trick?
I am certain.
And he moves closer still.
You're not a puppet?
I do not deceive you.
And he takes another step forward.
And are you certain your heart still beats in your chest?
I stand before you, don't I?
He takes one last step forward, now face to face with you, and he regards you very seriously for a moment. And then with, as of yet uncharacteristic swiftness, he juts out both of his arms and grasps one of your hands in a vigorous handshake.
Oh my goodness, another living creature! I thought I was doomed to an existence of solitude. Oh, Baron Vinshenzo, please forgive me. My name is Walton. Walton of Ubril. It's been so long since I've seen a friendly face with actual breath in his lungs and a heartbeat. Oh, heaven's glory.
Tell me how you came to be here. I shake his hand.
I've lived here all my life, but I assume you mean the island itself.
Yes.
I will tell you my story. You see, our kingdom, it was violently destroyed in a great apocalypse. This place was lived by free men working for our king. But when suddenly the ground began violently shaking and the sky disappeared, we all found ourselves awoken in a strange new realm. Our great and mighty king decided that it was for the best to ensure that we continue to survive on the island. Most of our cities were intact. So we tried to continue life on as best as we normally could. Eventually, of course, a nightmare struck. This great eye in the sky,
And he points up at the chaotic eye that just sits there forever.
It began spitting out land and spitting out terror, nightmares, and other things. People began disappearing in the night. Relatives, friends would go missing, and then only a night or two later they'd come back. They'd come back and they would dance and scream and project all sorts of nightmarish horrors on the population. And, well, the sickness spread. And suddenly monsters were among us. And slowly but surely, everybody died. Except me. I am the last alive. I have been for months. I've lost track of the time I've seen an actual living face. The demons on this island, they torment me with visions of my friends and family. They bring them back every night to haunt me from my safety of my keep.
He begins to collapse onto his knees.
Baron Vinshenzo, please, save me. Save me from this madness. I cannot take it much longer.
You no longer have to languish here, old-timer. I clap my hands and order Rabbit to come down.
Rabbit descends from where the Pegasus was loitering above the AO.
Hell yeah. Hop upon. We will head to Sanctuary Isle.
What a beautiful magical creature you have here. Oh, such luxury and grace. Oh, thank you, Baron. You're truly a scholar and a saint indeed.
And he struggles to get up on the horse. It's very obvious that he's incapable of doing it himself.
I help him.
Do you have a log or a stamp?
Oh, you help him up. Okay. Yeah. with your help, he clambers up onto the Pegasus. By this time, you would have heard the commotion back behind you with Peleus's corpse screaming and people shouting, friends shouting at each other.
I turn my head to look and tell the man, the elf man, that this creature will take you to safety upon our ship. Wait there.
Oh, a ship? Is it the same as the others? I do so enjoy a ship.
And he happily sits on Pegasus.
I send Rabbit away before he can keep talking.
He keeps on talking, but Rabbit flies away as he's happily, at this point in time, he's ADD focused himself
Ranting
back
to
on the
himself.
Pegasus. He's so happy to have someone to talk to. And he disappears off to the ship.
How far away is the disturbance?
Oh, it's gonna be a 400 or 500 feet to your left, and behind you into the village itself, down towards the shore.
I will dimension door.
Okay. As the group of you, Carlos, Vazrai, and Peleus, stand looking about for more evidence of this crazy nightmarish corpse monster, Vinshenzo sort of poofs into reality in your vicinity.
So, now that I've had a moment to collect myself, Peleus would like to roll Arcana and try and figure out what kind of magic this was.
By all means.
Is the body
Yep.
on the ground?
No, it's ash, right?
It turned to ash.
Turn to ash and bones.
What was that?
Okay, fine. I'm just cursed this session. Got it.
Vinshenzo puts his fingertips together in an arch and says, I found a survivor.
A survivor? That's hard to believe in this place.
What is going on here?
I don't know. We heard shouting. There's some kind of creature that was on fire.
Oh.
Carlos would look expectantly at.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if Chris says anything regarding the roll before I actually respond to the RP.
Sorry, I actually just got home and I was saying hi. I missed what your roll was. Could you just say it again?
13.
13.
I rolled another nat 1, my ninth this session.
Cannot identify the school of magic used in the misappropriation of this body.
I'm just gonna assume necromancy, given what I saw. But I don't know what spell it is.
You are an intelligent being, and that is safe to assume based on your years of education and experience.
Still kind of shocked. I saw a fresh corpse. So I went to investigate, and I stood up. It came at me. So I burned it.
That's probably a good decision.
We
Hell
must
yeah.
return to the ship at once.
Okay.
I suppose if it's that dangerous, we probably should leave.
DM, are there any maggots coming from that structure?
The maggots have seemed to disappear.
Oh, good. Vinshenzo's happy.
I was going to threaten to burn down the structure to cleanse them out.
You still can.
I'm just gonna follow what the rest of the party are gonna do for the moment.
I guess Carlos is okay with going back to the ship. I mean, he'd probably rather explore, but there has been evident danger, so he can't really argue against it, or he feels like he can't really argue against it.
It's where I sent the survivor. He's in quite a state. He's either lived too many years or he spent too much time alone.
Well, I guess we should probably get back there and make sure he's okay.
I'm suspicious of somebody who has managed to survive this long, considering what we had just seen, but I think it might be best to go back. He might be able to give us information.
Guess we're guided. Unless anyone else doesn't want to go.
Sounds pretty evident. So you guys are gonna board the skiff without delay and then return back to the wide horizons.
Wide horizons.
When you get there, Nephis is not very pleased, and he has isolated himself in the captain's quarters, so he doesn't have to listen to the rambling of the old man. Ragus is having a great time, and when you guys get back on board, you can hear before you see that there's somebody aboard talking quite continuously below decks.
Is that the survivor?
Yes. Like I said, he's in quite a state.
Well, it seemed that we should meet him.
Okay. Well, when you go down below decks, you find this old elf, Walton, sitting on top of one of the cider barrels that you guys had brought aboard from the shipwreck a couple of days ago, with Ragus, and he is drinking from a water skin, and just talking to Ragus, and then Ragus looks at you with hopeful eyes as you descend, and he says,
Ah, my friends! Yes, finally, you've returned. I've made sure to feed on one of your new friend here.
and Walton turns around with the water skin, and he takes a nice big swig, and he says,
Ah, yes, refreshing water, clean and pure. Nothing better to heal the aching bones.
he's quite content.
May I roll an insight?
Yes, you may.
I'm just kind of curious to he has anything against me, or if he's just not looking well. I mean, he obviously doesn't look well, but just kind of curious.
Sure.
Vinshenzo folds his arms and leans up against the back of the room.
Nine insight. You can tell that he is he's calm. He's calmed down. It seems as he's coming off of something in terms of like a same way you'd be reacting after you have finished coming through a stressful event.
He doesn't seem to have any issue with kobolds either, so all right.
You don't notice that he has issues with kobolds. He isn't done anything special or unique at your presence.
Yeah.
I mean, there's two of you there, so it's a little bit more obvious than just one small kobold. There's two whole ones, so he'd
Obviously,
definitely be able to see you.
it's obvious that we overwhelm him, outnumber him.
Clearly, he's intimidated by your muscle.
It's okay if I stand on top of Carlos's head and we're like kobolds in a trench coat. We'll be able to see. We'll be able to see it in his
Finally, Fazrai will be able to roll good perception.
Yeah.
That's what it was. There are too many butt cheeks in the way, Vazrai. That's why she could never see anything.
Jesus Christ.
Well, you're like
She's getting
2.5 feet
distracted
tall.
by
That's
butts.
there's too many of them.
They're everywhere.
Okay, it is 23:01, and respecting the hard time and the ending time of 2300 Eastern, we're going to end here, where we interrogate Walton, or continue to chat with him in IC, which is absolutely more than appropriate. But
More
yeah.
than appropriate.
So was it
More than
next week
appropriate.
you couldn't make it?
Next week I can't make it. I'm doing an online course that goes from 4:30 in the afternoon to 9 something. And because I'm going to be doing that over a period of like 7 days, it unfortunately interferes with literally everything. So I will not be attending D&D, Arma, other D&D, etc. This upcoming week. But after that, all's tickety-boo.
Oh, yeah.
But I paid $300 for that fucking course, so I'm taking that course.
Aye.
Yeah. Yeah. So, as I said, continue the questioning of Walton in IC, and if that doesn't end up happening, then we'll just continue it afterwards. After next session.
Get in the IC chat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude.
But there you go. That's tonight's festivities.
Good
Thank you.
night.
Enjoy, my
everyone.
friends.
Good night.
Hell,